25, Josh DeCares, and number 12 in his testimonial is Sam Robson.
Well, a very good morning to you and welcome, or even afternoon, morning session anyway, afternoon to the Cheltenham Festival. It is still fairly gloomy, but we thankfully have seemingly got rid of this quite persistent morning drizzle, which has seen this start delayed. I can tell you that the toss, which happened half an hour ago, was won by Middlesex, who decided to bat first, so they are in the middle, the Middlesex opening pair, Sam Robson and Josh DeCares, and the Gloucestershire fielding side led by Cameron Bancroft out in the middle with one of the two changes for Gloucestershire preparing to bowl the first over. Two changes to the seam bowling department. It's the same balance for Gloucestershire as in their defeat against Lancashire last time out. Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw come into the side, and dropping out the injured Marchant de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale. I'll run through the Gloucestershire side in full in a moment, but the first ball of this Division 2 match between Gloucestershire and Middlesex is about to be sent down by Matt Taylor, and it's clipped into the onside by Robson on the bounce and plucked out there at mid-wicket by Zaman Akhtar. So Bancroft and Charlesworth at the top, Joe Phillips at 3 and Ollie Price at 4. This slightly rejigged middle order for this couple of Cheltenham matches. Miles Hammond, who's just had a 3-year contract extension announced this morning by the club, as Taylor left arm over into Robson, who's back and in behind and defending into the on the side again. That ball a no ball, so Middlesex up and running at 2 without loss. James Bracey behind the stumps, Graham van Buren at 7. Akhtar retaining his spot after a 4-for in the first innings in what turned out to be a defeat against Lancashire in the first 4-dayer of the Cheltenham Festival. Then Josh Shaw and Todd Murphy, who I'm sure will be expecting to have some sort of a part to play today as Taylor bowls and Robson clips this one to leg for the 3rd time, and the score 2 without loss with the no ball. The pitch certainly bears some description if you're not watching the picture feed, if you're just listening to us on the BBC Sport website and the app. Welcome wherever you're listening. But I can tell you that the pitch, the ends have been noticeably shaved and worked on and are a very different colour from the middle of the pitch, which is the usual Cheltenham colour, really, just a little tinge of green in there. Taylor in and bowls a fuller ball, which is driven firmly by Robson back to the bowler. And that's a good piece of fielding from Taylor, because it would likely have been a boundary if it had got past. So, you know, clearly it's probably the usual if the ball's pitched in the middle, but particularly as the bowlers start running in on those ends, you would imagine that the likelihood is that those will break up and create quite a bit of turn. Taylor into Robson. There's 2 fielders now on the leg side in that area where Robson's been turning the ball, and that's to Phillips, who's at mid-wicket, and Zaman Akhtar at forward square leg. There's a mid-on and a mid-off as well. Charlesworth at backward point, 3 in the cordon and a fine leg. Ollie Price, Cameron Bancroft and Miles Hammond are the 3 in the ring. A slightly ponderous first over this from Matt Taylor, who's taking his time at the end of his mark before running in and bowling. That's clipped away for 4 by Robson. First runs off the bat, and it will be a boundary. Robson doesn't even get halfway down the pitch before turning and going back into his ground. Josh DeCares run through for the single, but Robson possibly experienced enough that he knows at Cheltenham that as soon as the ball gets running away down that hill, parched outfield or not, and it's still pretty brown, even though there's a slight bit more green around after some of the rain we've had. It's just going to run away. So 6 for no wicket. Last ball of the first over. Taylor in, tries a short delivery, which is a fairly harmless one. Robson gets underneath it well, and Middlesex after the first over at 6 without loss. Kevin Hand alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, on the stream, whichever stream it is you've chosen, whether that be BBC Online or Gloucestershire County feed. Afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon, Ed. Or morning in terms of cricket.
Yeah,
sense,
well, that's how I started off.
Morning.
I said good morning and then remembered it was afternoon, but it's still morning session. I should say, what I didn't say was 1 o'clock lunch still, so we've got a very short
It's
session
odd, isn't
here.
it? Yeah, it's odd. It did feel like an early lunch day, didn't it? But
Number 5, sponsored by 6 o'clock gin. Josh Shaw.
are we at the darts? Are we at Ali Pally? Good old Dan Whiting's on the PA today. Have you given him a mention yet?
We haven't been welcomed to the great town of Cheltenham.
We're going to be fighting Dan for 4 days now, assume, are we? On the acoustic front. What was I saying? I couldn't hear. I've lost myself now. Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? The 12:15. You thought, well, 12:30 start and then have a longer afternoon, but well, again, I suppose you've probably got more overs in the day starting at this time. So fair play. Well done, umpires. More often than not, we're sat here grumbling, why aren't we playing cricket right now? So well done. It is a lovely scene right now. The hills in the distance, we could barely see them for the rain earlier, could we? There's only light rain over the ground at what, 9:30 or so this morning, but it was heavy rain before that. Here's Shaw, he's right arm over the wicket, bowls and carries doubles. Good length delivery, good pace through to the keeper. Carries makes a little signal with his hand to say that just moved on him, a little bit of shape. It's an interesting pitch, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So I was attempting to describe it in the first over.
How did you get on?
Well, I'm not sure, really. I described the difference between the middle and the end.
Yeah. Here comes Shaw, he's in, bowls, and this is run down to the vacant deep third for 4, and De Carries is off the mark with a boundary. Middlesex 8 without loss. Well, it's got this green patch in the middle, hasn't it? I say the middle, it's more than the middle. The majority of the pitch is green.
The patches are more the ends, aren't they?
Just the length for the spinner that is bald. So they've left lots of... I mean, to be fair, it's a brilliant Kookaburra wicket. Yeah, we're all bemoaning Kookaburra at the moment. It's not making for great cricket watching. It's a bit of a nuisance and a nonsense, and everybody's kind of waiting for it to finish and we can get back to playing some proper cricket again. Whereas we're playing this fog of war cricket at the moment, aren't we? As here's Shaw in, bowls, and up on his toes to carries eases into the offside, and there's no run. Where a bit like this, you know, there's manufacturing things going on, or it's just how do you get through with it? How do you cope with the Kookaburra ball in English conditions? Which is with great difficulty is the answer. So yes, this green patch all through the middle of it, basically the length for the seamers or a short ball for a seamer, perfect. Half volley, we don't really want to bowl it there anyway. It's quite useful for the bowlers, isn't it? Whatever you do, just don't put it beyond the green bit. So they've got a visual marker on the pitch. As here's Shaw in again, bowls, and oh, he's up on his toes and he's struck where? We're side on. The ball deflects backwards. It is the helmet, isn't it? How has that hit him on the helmet?
We're going to kick up off his top part of his bat, possibly.
Well, that's the thing. Was it a deflection off the bat onto the helmet?
It didn't. To me, it didn't look as if it was aimed at his head initially. The delivery. So
well, he wasn't fending it.
Deflection.
Well, he wasn't fending it off his nose, was he? So that was why the way that the ball deflected away, it felt as though it wasn't bat or glove because it didn't balloon up. It just, dead thud against something and fell. I mean, he's fine, Carries. He's taken off his helmet straight away, and the physio will do the concussion check. We scramble in the hope that the stream itself is in line, because we're not.
It is.
We're square
it's a question of winding it back to the right point and then attempting to decipher the ball.
And turn off the adverts before they play.
Oh, I thought that was... Yeah, you're going to turn my voice off as well, which is probably what most people have done anyway.
Your voice isn't a turn off, Ed.
Oh dear. Not even 2 overs in.
Have we got it yet?
Yeah, I still can't work out what's happened.
Odd. I mean, he's looked to defend it off his hip, rib, as this is leg side from Shaw through to the keeper. The Carey tries to help it on its way, he can't do so. That was a swift concussion check, well done the physio. Let's have a little look. Yeah, it must have deflected up onto the helmet, as you say, off, be it glove or... Let's have a look, it's quite a difficult... Yeah, it must have been glove up into grill or something, mustn't it? Because he's playing that off his hip, really. The gloves are in front of his ribs. Here comes short to De Carey's, bowls and beats him. Forward defence attempted. And lovely finish to the over from Shaw. 10 without loss, Middlesex. Oh, missed a no ball in there somewhere, have we? What was the no ball?
The no ball was in the first.
Oh, it was, sorry, it was 6 without loss in the first, yes. So yes, this surface, green in the middle, all sawdust being run out, delayed start for a wet outfield, and a sprinkling of rain. There was barely enough rain to take them off this morning, had they been on.
Yes, there was certainly some heavier stuff earlier on, but actually, you know, the only rain that we had since I turned up to the ground was just very light, and I'm not even sure that
wasn't even enough.
Some of it was showing up on the radar.
It wasn't even enough to make a cup of tea, was it?
It was
not that we've got a kettle.
Wash your face type rain.
Yeah.
You know, almost slightly pleasant in these slightly muggy conditions that we seem to be having every day at the moment. So the pile of sawdust is being built. When I say pile, it's not really much of a pile. It's a sort of a sprinkling, even in the area behind Matt Taylor there. It's not even really molehill size. In comes Taylor now, and it's dabbed down into the ground by Robson and fielded high up above his head by Hammond at third slip. As I mentioned, Hammond, one of the players that Gloucestershire will be seeing retained next season, as his 3-year extension was announced this morning, and as somebody who can play across all formats, and of course an enormous part of the T20 win last year. I think that was rather welcome news. That's slashed away, and there's going to be a rebound catch. There is. What an extraordinary dismissal that is. Matt Taylor has struck. Robson goes for 4. It was carved away, and Bancroft did actually extremely well at second slip to get some sort of a hand on that, parried it up in the air, and then Ollie Price has dived backwards and taken the catch on the ricochet, and Robson, a prize wicket, has gone in the third over.
Well, pace and bounce. I mean, it was expected to turn this surface, wasn't it? But there's a little bit of bit of a zip in it out there, I'd say. Watching square on, the batters are certainly rushed at the moment, aren't they? And that one rushed Robson with a bit of bounce as well. It's obviously bounce that upset De Carey's in terms of the grill being struck. But we were in a lovely line to see the second catch, weren't we? The spill into the air, which was behind. He never would have recovered. It needed the second grab from his mate in the slips to save him. Max Holden is out at number 4, sorry. Max Holden is out at 3 for Middlesex.
He's come out at number 4 ahead of number 3. Does that mean they're not sending? They're not sending Kane Williamson.
He's wearing number 4 on his back. Dan Whiting's absolutely correct. He's wearing number 4 on his back.
I'm sure Gloucestershire would take them not sending Kane Williamson out.
Yes, well, indeed. Indeed. A bit of a job to do here to protect Mr. Williamson, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, this continuing trend of putting your top players at 4 rather than at 3.
Oh, yes. No, I agree with that.
3 slips in a gully. Taylor over the wicket to Holden, who's hopping into line and blocking this one back to the bowler.
Oft debated. Now, obviously, you've got Lara and Ponting as exceptions over the years that bat at 3, but generally, you've pretty much got 3 openers to protect your best batter who comes in at 4, is the way it works. Now, it is debated that, but generally that is the way. I mean, Lara and Ponting were a couple of the exceptions coming in at 3, and there are those exceptions here and there. Roots was obviously debated much about that.
Yes. Taylor in, Holden deflects this one to point. They're going for a quick single. There's hesitation, and there's not much power there on that throw. There's not going to be an overthrow, despite the fact that the backing up work from Actor at backward point involved a slip. You can see where he slipped. It's not going to be easy fielding out there for many reasons. The outfield was already parched and bumpy enough, but now there's some slipperiness to it as well. Shaw, though, getting round from the boundary, was able to back that up, but that was a real run-out chance, although actually if the throw that came in had hit, De Carey's might have made it, but you were expecting probably a bit more power behind that throw than what came, and De Carey certainly was not expecting that to be a single. And to be honest, I don't blame him, but it was one of those singles that you take when you're on naught, and now Holden's not on naught. It's 11 for 1 as he's at the non-striker's end. Go back to that catch in a moment, as De Carey's will face up to Taylor for the first time. Taylor bowls to him a short ball, and that's whacked away for 4 through mid-wicket. So seeing some pace in the pitch, Taylor has presumably deliberately banged a couple in short, although with, again, the slipperiness, not always sure. But that was certainly not short enough or quick enough. Maybe he also thought De Carey's had that deflection onto the helmet, so let's give him another short one and see how he does. Well, put that away with a minimum of fuss. Middlesex up to 15 for 1. Last ball of the third over. Taylor in, and that's left by De Carey as he almost jumps and sways out of the way of a good length ball. And after 3 overs, 3 eventful overs, Middlesex are 15 for 1. But that catch, I think pretty much all Bancroft could do was try and get something on it and parry it up in the air, because it went through so quickly. And it was on a good length, the ball. It wasn't a pitch it up, nick it off type dismissal. It was more of a jab at it from Robson. And I guess you never really quite know that it's going to go straight up in the air as the slipper, but it was pretty much all Bancroft could do. And alert stuff from Ollie Price to be almost already moving behind Bancroft as the ball hit his fingertips, because if he'd not anticipated it, he may not have got there.
Here's Shaw. Slip. 2 slips. Almost 3, I guess. Crouching down now, the third, as here's Shaw in. Bowls to Holden, who has a dabble on a length, and through to the keeper that goes. He's off down to prod away on this surface. Middlesex winning the toss, electing to bat, leaving out Toby Rowland-Jones. Had 2 changes from last week, with Robson, Holden, Kane Williamson, Leas Deploy, Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes and Joe Cracknell. The top 7 last week, and all keeping their place. Shaw's in, bowls, and forward goes Holden to this, tentatively, but forward nonetheless, and pushes his way into the offside to mid-off, and there's no run. Last week, the quartet of bowlers that went with Higgins, the all-rounder, was Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm and Noah Cornwell. Now, poor Zafar, fielding at point, injured a shoulder, and it was a real blow to him, but to Middlesex as well, because this week they'd been banking on Zafar here.
Especially with this service having been prepared, but he did enjoy bowling here normally anyway.
Yeah. Shaw's in, bowls, and that's left alone by Holden. Through to the keeper, a bit of lift on that once more. So they were always going to bring Luke Holman, I'd suggest, into the side. They brought Josh De Carey's in as well. I think you had to go with 2 spinners, Kookaburra around. Whether they'd have just gone with Zafar if Zafar was available, I don't think so. I think they'd have got 2, and I'm sure Luke would have come in. But as soon as Zafar was injured and unavailable for this game, seeing a shoulder specialist this week, and we wish him the best if he's tuned in, as here's Shaw in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Holden. There's no run. As soon as Zafar was unavailable, then really, unless this was the greenest of green tops imaginable, which it is for the most part actually, but it's got a fair bit in it for the spinners, as we've discussed, then it was almost inevitable. I think they had to get Holman and De Carey's into the attack. Go with 2 spinners. So De Carey's comes in for Rowland-Jones and goes straight up to open with Robson, so everybody else drops down 1. Holden down to 3. His more preferred position, I think, as this is left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper, although Max being Max, I don't think he'd be overly bothered whether he was opening at 3 or at 6, but 6 never really settled. Never really worked for me for Holden. It was he's an opening. He's a top order batter. He's a top 3 for me. So yeah, Williamson's down at 4, deploy 5, Higgins 6. It's quite the change up for Middlesex in this match, as here's Shaw in again, bowls, and Holden playing the line of off stump through to the keeper. It goes, good length delivery, just short of a length. Through it goes. 15 for 1. Holden has 1. De Carey's has 8. End of the over. So yeah, Middlesex are Robson, De Carey's, Holden, Williamson, deploy the skipper, Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes, who on this card will be coming in at 7, which they've basically got 7 top order batters.
It's a long.
Joe Cratnell at 8, Luke Holman at 9. Holman, who has opened the innings, he scored a century this season. He's coming in at 9. Helm, brilliant batter as well at 10. And Cornwell, my goodness me, we're going to have to warm up our hands on this balcony. The 6 hitting machine, Noah Cornwell. And he hits it a long, long way as well. So yeah, Roland Jones and Paul Zafagoha, the 2 dropping out this week.
Here's Taylor in, and that's down the leg side. And there was a... Well, Bancroft had his hands going to the sky, and he's now pretending he was going to scratch the back of his head. But I don't think there was anything on it. And Bracey dropped the ball, but anyway, just a little stray in.
Have you eaten my brunch? Oh no, it's behind your laptop. Ah, good man.
No.
It's just reaching it.
Accusation coming out.
It was more to the point, somebody throwing it out. Oh. So my mind's turning to food. We're a couple of overs in.
It didn't have room for it under cover, I'm afraid. Taylor to De Carey's, he dabs that one into the point area, and there's no run.
I was mainly turning thoughts to tea and coffee, actually. If we discovered the method to get tea and coffee here, downstairs, round the.
Yeah, but no, we haven't. I'm afraid it's just nowhere on my list of priorities.
You're not tea or
drink
coffee?
The stuff.
Ah.
No, you just can never get hot drinks at the right temperature. Taylor bowls a fuller ball, and that's thumped on the drive by De Carey's, down through straight mid-off and over the boundary rope. So 4 more to De Carey, so he continues to deal in boundaries. It is 12 for him, well 12 runs, that is, not 12 boundaries, that would be quite some going. Middlesex are 19 for 1. This pitch certainly looks quicker, never mind what it might do in terms of turn, but it looks a lot quicker to me than the Lancashire game, where, well, I think Gloucestershire will be pretty livid actually that they didn't draw that game. They had several opportunities really to at least draw it. That record-breaking 9th wicket partnership between Green and Hartley, which admittedly I think you'd have to say there's a good chance that probably doesn't build up if De Lange doesn't go down early. Oh, there's a slash and a miss from De Carey's as Taylor throws one a bit wider outside the off stump. I'm not actually sure that one carried through to Bracey, but it was quite a late decision to try and have a chop at it, De Carey's, and Holden's down for a little bit of a stare, if not a word as well. But really they had 3 chances in each innings there, Gloucestershire. They had the chance to wrap up that Lancashire first innings before it got totally out of hand. It looked as though they were going to be all out for about, well, even under 350 at one stage, as Taylor bowls and beats De Carey's on the outside edge. And a round of applause from behind the stumps. But as yet, just the one edge in the first 5 overs, which was caught on the ricochet off the fingertips of Bancroft, caught Ollie Price at first slip. This whole business of putting both people up on the board, there's only one of them that goes down in the book. I think for one of the white ball games they had a run out with 3 people listed. It's just one person. There's only one person who gets credit for it. Taylor in bowls, De Carey's quick single. Well, I'll say quick single. It's a well-judged single anyway to the right-hand side of backward point. And De Carey saw a retained strike at the end of that over. Middlesex 20 for 1.
How did they get 3 on there? How did 3 get involved?
It was, I think it was one of those where they threw it into the keeper and then the keeper threw it to the bowler's end.
Right, okay. Well, what about if you had overthrows? You can put 6 of them on there. If they go back, we've all seen it. We missed the throw, then it goes to the other side. They missed again. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're all getting up there.
And then on the next one, they throw it back in and they do finally run them out. What, we're going to put all 6 of them on there, are we?
In fact, you know, what would happen is if it's a most blatant run out, you'll have 5 people standing around the stumps that all pass at each other to get an assist. It'll be like those, you know, those rugby tries where they just hand it off to somebody else just to get them on the scoreboard.
Honestly. And then poor old Dan Whiting would have to read out all 6 of them as well when they walked off. Here's Shaw in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there is no run. De Carey's on 13, the right-hander. He's faced 15 balls now. Struck on the grill, but via a deflection with fancy. Quite hard to make out on the video stream of it.
Back on the ground, he made his first-class debut, Josh De Carey's.
Indeed.
2021.
Where he was out to a leg stump half volley, wasn't he? He missed it, LBW. Had a little cameo in the T20 that week as well, which was quite pleasing. Middlesex pretty well beaten, but I think he got 24 or 25 as his. Shaw in bowls, and this is onto the legs. Oh dear, I nearly jinxed him, didn't I? Down to long leg, it deflects 4. A leg by, a big appeal as he looked to clip it away.
Umpire Sue Redfern at the chapel end. Neil Pratt is at square leg. The sun's made an appearance, but not on the... Well, I think Eagle Tower is just being lit up. The sun shines on the brutalist architecture, but not on the Victorian
architecture in Cheltenham. Yeah. Who signed that off? We need some brutalism in Cheltenham. Here's Shaw in again. He's bowling now. Forward goes the left-hander and pushes up to mid-off, and there's no... Yeah, it creeps up above the chapels there, doesn't it? Peeking over the top. As soon as you sit down, you look at it, don't you, and just shake your head. Who on earth signed off on that? Flag on one of the... Is that part of the chapel over the back there where the flag is as well?
No, I think that's more like the sort of gatehouse, yeah.
Keep the riffraff out.
Yes.
Flag lying dormant there. Oh, there's 2 flags in front of us. What's that one up there? Is that
the Gloucestershire flag?
That's the Gloucestershire flag. Here's Shaw bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Holden through to the keeper, and there's no run. What, the Gloucestershire Cricket Club?
Yep.
Really? Yep. Middlesex 1 lies dormant away to our
This has really baffled you.
Well, explain that to me. It's got red, green, white, brown, yellow, and then a big...
A coat of many colours
in the middle, and then it goes again.
Yeah, a flag of many colours.
Okay. Here's Shaw moving in. Bowls now, and that's left alone outside of the off stump by Holden through to the keeper. 21 for 1. Never seen it before. So that's the Gloucestershire County Cricket Club flag.
Yep.
So it's not the flag of Gloucestershire, for example.
No. No. I was told a few years ago. Somebody did this research for me that it was just a committee meeting way back when to decide what the flag should be, and you can just imagine that
one of them pulled out their handkerchief and said, "Just go with this."
Did everyone just get one of their suggested colours put on it? It's an old flag.
Shaw's in bowls, and this ball's driven away through the covers by Holden. Lovely shot. Slows up, but didn't go fully through with it, did he? Just a stroke, and it's pulled up by actor just down below us. Single it is, so 3 it is, sorry. So Holden
somewhere in between.
What's going on with that scoreboard? I'm throwing because Holden's still on 3. Have they just given it to De Carey's is what's throwing me. 23 for 1 Middlesex. They've given those runs to De Carey's, haven't they?
Not sure, to be honest.
Scoreboard has Holden on 3. Is that him off the mark at 12th ball?
No, they only ran 2.
23 for 1.
This is going really well.
Oh, I don't like being square on. It's discombobulating. You've got to look back and I can't see what's going on up here. Can we not be in line? Can we not have a little tent next to the sight screen or something? Can you not make that happen for tomorrow?
I don't think so, somehow.
We are at deep mid-wicket.
Trust me, we've gone to enough trouble with this whole extraordinary
Oh, what
setup
is it?
in front of you
What
to make
is
it work here. It's a hybrid 5G Ethernet system. In comes Taylor bowling to Carey's, who's defending away into the offside. Yeah, it's...
So we could.
We're currently being kept on
line,
air by, I think, about 11 different aerials.
and they're mobile.
They are.
So that little
some of
tent-
them are mobile. A couple of them are Wi-Fi.
That
as
little
well.
tent, which has cover, has covered,
The little
and is
pointy
straight
tent.
in line, and is empty. We could move all this mobile kit and sit there in line and watch the cricket.
Is there any power over there? Taylor bowls, and that's defended into the ground. It loops up in the air and safely enough away from De Carey's stumps, but he was a little concerned for a moment there. Just one of those that hits the bottom part of the bat and goes into the ground, and nearly always they either bounce over or around the stumps, but just occasionally, if you get unlucky, especially the bottom corner of the bat, it just bounces back into the stumps.
It's only 15 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, I think it's the way forward, actually. Taylor bowls a full ball, mistimed drive from De Carey's, finds Van Buren at mid-off. I think it's great, you know. How many overs are we going to get through before lunch? About 9 or 10, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
10 over sessions.
Yeah. Eases Middlesex into it, eases the bowlers into it, really. What it does do is give the bowlers the openers. It gives them 2 opening spells, doesn't it, which is quite nice for them.
Yeah, especially when you've only got 3 front-line seamers. Gloucestershire have got Ben Charlesworth to call on as well, but it does help them out in that respect. Taylor bowls back of a length, and De Carey's goes back and defends up to mid-off, but of course Middlesex knew that when they elected to bat, so it felt like one of those days where, because we were expecting, I don't know that I was quite expecting the pitch to look exactly as it does, but I'm not surprised that, having wanted the Lancashire pitch to turn more, that they've done more to this pitch on the basis of what happened in the last round. But it was always going to be a day where it was likely to be cloudy all day. Taylor bowls, and that's a wonderful shot from De Carey's, just rocking back and driving in punchy fashion off the back foot through extra cover for 4 runs. So his 4th boundary out of his 17. Middlesex 27 for 1. So it was always going to be a day where, if the seamers got it right up front, there was a chance to take some early wickets, and, you know, as it's turned out, it may be that with the ends being as they are, it may even turn on day 1 as well. But Middlesex have balanced the fact that it might be slightly trickier today with the fact that it could be tricky in the 4th innings, as that's let go by De Carey's to complete the over. 7 gone. Middlesex 27 for 1.
Have you been out and had a look?
No, I haven't.
Ooh.
No, I think, well, we can go and have a look at lunch probably, although maybe with the wet outfield they might not allow spectators onto the outfield.
Well, we're not spectators, Ed.
Well, yes, but we don't have the P on our passes, do we? I mean, the letter P.
Ed, that's worse than anything I've ever said.
Just clarifying.
27 for 1. That's 3 this morning. 2 from you and 1 from me, I should say. I've been very well behaved in the opening 7 overs. 27 for 1. Holden 3. De Carey 17. And here is Shaw. None for 6. 3 overs, 1 maiden. Taylor 1 for 20. 4 bowled for him. So Shaw's 4th now. And yes, just 13 minutes until the interval, as Shaw is in, bowls, and Holden drops the gloves, drops the bat down inside the line of that one, allows it through to the keeper. 3 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and long leg. Those 2 are in front of 2 pretty busy tents over there. They don't have the Desert Storm tents anymore. They've taken those to Gloucester,
that's
to
gone.
Neville Road, have they?
Well, there was the one, wasn't there? The one hospitality tent.
Yeah, is that not at Neville Road now? I'm sure that was there for the T20.
It was, yeah, but only the one. But yes, I've gone back to the more traditional marquees this year,
Yeah.
with the bunting up.
Here comes Shaw, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track to mid-off by Holden defensively. Is the bunting for anything in particular, or is it just...
I think it's just because...
allegiance. Just allegiance. There's an awful lot of it around, isn't there?
Mm. Yes, it's
It is the flag of
festooning
Central.
everything.
It is the Union Jack, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Just checking it's not...
And I know you're getting very confused by flags.
Well, I'm just checking
this
it's not
morning.
on a... Well, it's a long way away. Just checking it's not the flag of Gloucestershire itself, or of Cheltenham, indeed. Does Cheltenham have a flag? It is a length ball from... Sure, he's switched to around the wicket now to Holden. It's left alone through to the keeper again. But yeah, it's pretty busy, pretty well populated, isn't it?
Yeah, I think a few people have started to come in now that players begun. I think probably we've got about as many in today as we had for the 4th day of the Lancashire game. There were about 2,500 in for the first 2, then I think just over 2 for day 3. This is more like the day 4 crowd, but I think more people will come in as the weather improves.
Shaw's around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Holden, driving down the ground, and that'll be 4 runs. Mid-on had a lunge at it to try and stop it. It's uphill all the way, but it was well struck. It was full face of the bat from Holden, and a glorious shot of the morning, probably.
Been a few contenders, actually. The off drive from De Carey's. I liked that shot off the back foot through the covers as well. But yeah, I don't think Murphy had much choice there. I don't think he was ever getting there with the dive. And if you just start chasing it, then you may as well give up, because it's not going to slow down, even with the little bit of rain.
Shaw approaches, and so does some watery sunshine for the first time as he's around the wicket now. He bowls, and forward goes Holden, turning through square leg. Deep backward square comes around and holds them to a single. 32 for 1. Oh, it's gone now. It started on Eagle Tower, is it? Eagle Tower, then it was onto the chapels away to our left and across the field of play, and it's heading towards the marquees now. It was but a glimpse of some watery sunshine for a moment. The Eagle Tower, is that because it looms menacingly above us? Eagle Tower?
Yeah, something like that anyway.
I'm
not sure why it was called that, but then, you know, the names of those sort of new build houses now, you know what they choose.
Here's a length ball from Shaw, pushed up to mid-off. No run taken. Shaw's none for 11 from 4-1. Maiden in that time, Holden 8 to carry 17, 32 for 1.
I don't know if the fashion's gone from animals to trees. But, you know, they always are, though, aren't they? They're sort of Cedar Close and Maple Drive or something like that, aren't they?
Oh, Maple Drive. That'd be a lovely place to live, wouldn't it? Maple Drive. Like the sounds of that. Can you name those trees? Are you a tree person? On the other side of the ground, there's a lovely array of rather large green trees on the far side of the ground, which line the other side.
Not good enough from this distance, I'm afraid.
Change of bowling at the college lawn end. Number 3, Todd Murphy.
Well, that didn't take long. Maybe having a look
Spin.
at Murphy before lunch.
Spin before lunch on the first day, and we're 30 minutes into play. Well, there we go. If you need a reminder of what the surface is like here, it has been prepared. I mean, I can't remember seeing this before. I'm not going to say this is a first, but I can't remember seeing it. It's been prepared for both seamers and spinners. There's different sections.
I've seen it a couple of times over the last couple of seasons, but maybe not to this extent. They did it at Hove for the last game a couple of years ago. No, just did it. They won, but I think they've tried it at Bristol a couple of times as well. Murphy round the wicket with a short leg and a slip, and dangles one outside the off stump of Holden. That's allowed to go through. Murphy, the bespectacled Australian international, who has had a bit of a rough time of it with Gloucestershire so far, as he's in round the wicket bowling, and a attempted cut shot, but I think Holden basically pulled out of that one as he realised it was turning and bouncing away from him. Murphy, just the 8 wickets at an average of 64 in his first 3 games. This is the last match of his 4-game Kookaburra Bull stint. Murphy bowls and Holden drives off the back foot straight to backward point, where Chelsworth fields. There's no run. Certainly a memorable game against Lancashire for Ben Charlesworth. 160 and 71 opening the batting, moving back up to open. Murphy in bowls, wide of the off stump. Holden allows it to pass through. We're going to have to watch back really on the pictures. As Kevin mentioned, we are square on to see exactly what it's doing. I don't think that one did a great deal. Started wide and maybe just got a little bit wider. Murphy bowls forward Holden, defending the ball into the offside. A few little bits of loose soil kicked up by the opening bowlers, possibly create a little bit of variation in the surface to bowl into already. Holden back and steering to cover. There's no run and a fairly alarm-free opening over there of spin as Murphy bowls a maiden 32 for 1.
The only alarm in that over was this whiff of suntan lotion that's just hit us. Do you smell that? It smells lovely, but who on earth is putting on suntan lotion today?
Oh, I might need to.
Gorgeous.
My nose will go bright red.
Will it? Yes, I think. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Where's the nearest speaker? We're going to need to get Dan turned down, aren't we? 32 for 1. Here's Shaw running in to bowl in the start of his 5th over, none for 11. De Carries is on 17 from 23. He's deep within his crease, De Carries, and he pulls hard through mid-wicket for 4. It's a lovely shot. He's almost on his crease, on his stumps as he starts, isn't he? But there was just enough room to take a slight step backwards as he lined up the lower half of his body to pull through the line of that one. And Middlesex have another boundary. 36 for 1.
You can sort of see why he's trying the shorter ball, sure, but other than the one which was more dug in on back of a length that De Carey's got himself in a tangle with, the other short ones he's seen pretty early, and that made a really pleasant thump off his bat.
Shaw in bowls, and De Carey's defends a length ball into the onside. Deep squares come up to mid-wicket. I think that's the end of the short stuff. It's suffice to say. Long leg remains back, so too deep square.
That seems more of the length, though. And again, there he's taken a hand off the bat there as he's played it into the onside. So maybe back of a length rather than really banged in short. Might be the strategy, but this will be Shaw's last over before lunch.
He's past the umpire now. Bowls and De Carey's defends on the length halfway forward as he eases into the offside. A good position to play it. Looks technically pretty good, doesn't he, De Carey's? Nothing, all very textbook, isn't he?
Yep. I mean, it was De Carey's and Ollie Price who both made their debuts in that same game 4 years ago, and kind of thinking the same about both, really.
Shaw hits the crease, bowls, and forward goes De Carey's drive into mid-on. There's no run. Good stop from mid-on, just a stop we'd expect him to make there. Just coming around and blocking off the potential the ball might get through.
Yeah, although even a routine piece of fielding is not quite as routine even for the professional as it might normally be, with the Brown outfield and
it's also
about, but that's just the way it is.
It's also downhill as he starts his run, isn't it? Is there a slight ridge midway through his run up there?
Yeah.
He's in bowls, and this is short and cut away by De Carey's. Lovely shot for 4, back at a point. And he's enjoying the pace of the ball coming onto the bat here, isn't he? He's on to 25 off 28, 40 for 1. And, well, the blow to the grill earlier, which we think came via a deflection, so it wasn't a full-blooded blow to the helmet, it doesn't seem to have done him any harm at all. Robson, the man to go, caught in the slips, slashing at one outside off. Extra bit of bounce in it. Here's Shaw, last ball of his 5th over. He bowls, and forward goes De Carey's, pushing back to mid-on. As long as our understanding of the interval is correct, that's Shaw done for the morning. None for 19 from 5 with 1 maiden, so we've got 1 over to go until lunch. It's 2 minutes to 1. De Carey's, though, is spotting something which he doesn't like.
Pointing at the ice cream van.
Well,
you see that over there? That they're not going to move that.
99 for me, please.
Yeah.
There's something, though, that's upsetting him in that line there. Right arm over. And yes,
I'm not entirely sure. Well, I guess it's important the umpires know before they come back out after lunch, but we're not going to have another over from that end unless I've been misinformed.
Do you think he was making sure that we're not going to have another over from that end?
Let's
make sure he doesn't rush through 6 deliveries in 90 seconds. It's just hit 12:59, the clock.
2 slips now in, as well as the short leg, as Murphy bowls to Holden. That's allowed to pass into the gloves of Bracey. Hammond at first, and Ollie Price is the fielder at second slip, with Phillips under the helmet.
He may have been making the point for after lunch. Can we make sure that the side screen comes across a little?
Yeah. Murphy into Holden, who plays this one back to the bowler. Scoops it up away to his left. The towel that Murphy always has tucked into his trousers is probably going to be quite useful today, with still some moisture about. Murphy in, gives that one a bit more air, but again, it's wide of the off stump and Holden doesn't have to play at it. And he's really forcing Murphy to come to him here, whilst there's a bit of gentle turn. Especially in this last over here. Imagine he's going to probably have to make Holden play. He does there. It's pushed to mid-off, and then there's a bit of hesitation, but then a good decision to come through for a single, as it was parried at extra cover by Bancroft and not parried straight to Taylor at mid-off. So Holden gets himself up the other end and allows De Carey's the opportunity to face the last 2 before lunch. 11 overs in the 45 minutes or so. I don't think over 8's going to be a great problem, though, because Gloucestershire are going to be sure to bowl a lot of spin. Going to have to, with 3 frontline seamers. Charlesworth will probably be used, but probably sparingly. Slip leg, slip short leg for the right-hander. De Carey stretches well forward, turns the ball into the onside. Bancroft in at one of 2 pretty close mid-wickets. Deep backward square and mid-on, and only 2 fielders on the offside. Murphy to complete the over bowls. Flight to delivery is clipped in the air and just wide of Phillips at short leg. That was a shot from De Carey's which just looped off some part of the bat. I'm not sure what.
Do you reckon it was definitely
how managed to do that?
Do you reckon it was definitely inside edge?
I thought it was, but
I wasn't sure that it was just pad into the onside. There wasn't a huge amount of... There was the cry of catch, and then there was an ooh, but there wasn't a great deal of disappointment.
No.
Especially last ball of the session. You can imagine they're all standing there with their hands on their head had he actually nicked it. Maybe he did.
Hammond certainly had his hands behind his head for quite a while, but anyway, it went... Maybe it was just the fact that it went so far from short leg that I didn't feel it warranted quite the full on histrionics, but there was no run, and that's the end of, I think, the shortest scheduled session of cricket that I've ever seen. 11 overs and Middlesex 41 for 1. Robson the only casualty, carving at a back of a length ball from Matt Taylor and off the fingertips of Bancroft at second slip, looped up in the air and was grabbed at the second attempt by Ollie Price, and that wicket falling in the 3rd over, wasn't it? Robson out to the second ball of the 3rd over. In the end goes down as caught. Price bowled M. Taylor for 4, but De Carey's looking good touch on 25. Holden has 9, and we'll be back in 40 minutes after the lunch break. See you then.
Taking the first over after lunch from the Chapel End, sponsored by Venator. Number 17, Zaman Akhtar.
Welcome back to Cheltenham as Middlesex resume their innings on 41 for 1 after a rather shortened morning session which only saw 11 overs of play possible. But 73 overs still remain to be bowled in the day across the remaining 2 sessions, and we will continue with Holden and De Carey's out there, and Zaman Akhtar will come into the attack for the first time from the Chapel End over the wicket to the left-handed Holden, who's on 9. And this is played away into the offside. Hammond fielding energetically from backward point with Gloucestershire down to 2 slips with this Kookaburra ball. The slip cordon doesn't tend to stay heavily populated for too long, and Gloucestershire already got rid of 1 since the lunch break. Middlesex winning the toss, electing to bat first, with Sam Robson falling in the 3rd over for 4 off the bowling of Matt Taylor, as Akhtar is over the wicket bowling to Holden, and there's an exaggerated leave through behind the stumps. Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand for now, although we are hoping to be joined in not too distant future by David Payne.
Oh good, I need to lie down after lunch.
Well, it's been such a heavy morning for us, hasn't it? 11 overs. I almost felt I didn't really deserve the custard slice that I had.
Well, you didn't, to be fair.
I did anyway, no, but we might deserve it after the 2 sessions, 2 bumper sessions that we've got coming up as Holden blocks this one back to the bowler.
Did you not save your custard slice for tea?
Well, I was hungry now.
Fair enough. After that baguette?
I think we've still got a few.
The baguette's nearly as big as you.
We've still got a few of Callie's Callie's cookies, which she's given us this morning.
Callie's cookies?
Well, the cookies that were on the table.
From Callie?
They didn't just materialise
Who's
out
Callie?
of nowhere. Callie Barlow.
Ah, thank you, Callie.
Akhtar bowls back of a length, tapped away into the point area. Hammond fields again.
Is she listening?
Probably
Callie?
not, considering that she's on the ground.
Well, you can put an earpiece in, can't you, and have a listen? I'd listen to you, Ed.
Well, I think the only option would be to listen 40 seconds behind. I'm not sure that the earpieces are, unless you've got one already, in which case you might need the batteries changed for it. I'm not sure that they're available here. Akhtar goes in and bowls, and Holden plays this one straight and correctly back to the bowler.
41 for 1. So Robbo, the man to go, as you say, he'll be disappointed when he's missed out there. It's cricket, though, isn't it?
Yep.
Fine 52 in the first innings last week. Innings victory, indeed, as it was against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor School. Centuries for Holden and for Williamson and for Deploy.
Yeah, Gloucestershire need to be making further inroads as this Middlesex lineup keeps coming at you, and that'll be a boundary as Holden glances the ball down to fine leg and moves his score to 13, 45 for 1. So Middlesex have moved along at a decent pace, which is, it's perfectly possible to do with the Kookaburra ball while it's hard. What has been noticeable, certainly in the games that I've seen with it more recently, is that the level of turgidness of the cricket tends to increase as the
Well, it depends on the spinners, doesn't
age
it?
goes on. But yes, with this pitch, there's hope still.
Yeah. Who are your options with the ball for spin?
My options. Well, I'd like to see Miles Hammond bowling a lot.
Right.
Because I enjoy it.
Yeah. So beyond...
Cameron Bancroft's practiced a couple of leg breaks. That could be entertaining.
So
Gloucestershire's options are Todd Murphy and Graham van Buren primarily.
And then?
Ollie Price
Right, there you go.
to bowl some off-spin, although he was having a bit of a fitness check on, I think, his right shoulder during the lunch break. So beyond that, it might be Hammond.
Here's Taylor. Well, that's the thing, isn't it, for Middlesex? I'll come back to that. It's Taylor's left arm over, he bowls, and forward goes to Carey's, but from deep within the crease. He's starting a long way back, and as much as Holden's trigger movement takes him forward, De Carey's trigger movement takes him back. He then plunged forward, wrapped on the pads, but clearly going down. A yelp, but nothing more. A real appeal from the left arm over to the right-hander angle. So De Carey's trying to help it on its way. We are at cover point, looking on at the moment, so have to judge it very much by the shot that's played, the line that the batter appears to be playing, and the optimism of the appeal. As here comes Taylor in his 5th over, 1 for 20. He's past the umpire, he bowls now, and this ball's eased back up the track by De Carey's, and there's no run. What are you sniggering at?
Well, you made it sound even more complicated than it is.
Which
like,
bit?
You know, we sort of, we're applying Pythagoras' theorem as far as completing.
Well, after my attempt at the 2 that Holden hit through the covers earlier, I feel as though I probably would have had better chance with Pythagoras' theorem.
Hypotenuse and bringing out your trigonometry skills to determine the angle of the ball into the stumps and all that.
Here comes Taylor, bowls. That's whipped away. What a shot that is by De Carey's. That's a glorious drive, just wide of mid-on. Real whip of the wrists. And Middlesex tick along to 49 without loss in the 13th. De Carey's is 29 from 34. As it is, it's usually a batter's game here at Cheltenham College, isn't it? The key is the spin, which is why I asked the depth of spin options that Gloucestershire have for this game beyond the front 2.
I mean, certainly games here tend to go the distance, but the reputation is they go the distance but a team wins rather than it's just a bore draw.
Taylor bowls and De Carey's defends. No run. How does a team win? Don't say by taking 20 wickets. How does a team... is it by they get to the end of it and they get bored and they contrive a result?
No, it just...
Or the spinners take over?
With the Duke's ball, it has tended to be that games come down to the final session and...
Up and down a bit?
Yeah. I mean, normally there's a bit of pace in the pitch as you get with out grounds, because you go from your main grounds where you've been playing for the first half of the season where it is started to slow down a bit, whether it's just going back to how those grounds might have been at the start of the season or not, but generally there is enough pace in this pitch.
De Carey's away. It's around the wicket now comes Taylor. 5th ball of his 5th over. It's pushed back to mid-on. And
then generally, yes, spin does naturally come into the game a little bit towards the back end, and you know, you could list the games that have occurred here in recent times. Gloucestershire, in fact, Gloucestershire haven't won here since that Middlesex game in 2021 in the Championship, but other games have come right down to the wire.
Taylor's around the wicket, bowls, and that is edged just short, is it, of slip. It's a tumbling, well, I say tumbling effort, it was just an effort to parry the ball. Is that Price there?
It is,
side on to us, it is. Genuine edge, line of length delivery, forward defence from De Carey's, and the edge falls just short. Uphill he's going as well, so you'd have thought he'd got a little... It's a slight incline uphill, isn't it? From College Garden ends. Is it not?
Yeah, well, it's
my eyes deceiving
sort of
me?
Up and down, really. The main slope is side to side here, so it slopes down from where we are in the pavilion to the Sanford Road, the opposite side of the ground. His actor over the wicket, bowling. Oh, that's a good delivery. Zips through behind the stumps.
But that side of the Sanford Road, which is up towards the chapel end, so that side of the Sanford Road end, side of the ground, which is the college lawn.
That's lawn end, yes.
Lawn end. The chapel end's higher, isn't it?
Yes.
My eyes aren't deceiving me.
Yeah, I think in general, if you're bowling
so it's a little like
college
Lords.
lawn end, you're running up the hill and then you,
at an angle,
you run down a little bit as you get to the pitch, whereas it's the opposite, I think, from the chapel end. You're running down the hill and there's just a little incline upwards.
Who's it that used to curve his run? Can you imagine that he'd be running in circles, wouldn't he? Here?
Actor in now, and Holden dabs this away. There's no gully fielder, so makes it down to Matt Taylor coming in off the boundary. Sends in a pretty horrid throw into James Bracey as a loopy, short, weedy throw, which Is
Have we got a interview
just
later?
a single. Yes, well it was. He's got a good arm, Matt Taylor, but he just lobbed that one into Bracey and it barely got to him.
I tell you what.
50 up. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Wouldn't take it the wrong way, unlike you. 50 for 1. Holden 14 to Carey's 29. This partnership has established itself pretty well. The ball is still occasionally beating the bat. As Actor bowls, shorter ball, and that's not been where to bowl to Josh de Carey's. Anything higher than his rib cage or so has just been swatted away and away to the boundary. He's done that 3 times now, I think.
Yeah,
4 for
that was
1.
a gorgeous shot, that wasn't it?
Every time he's got on top of it well, hasn't he?
Yeah, yep, powerfully struck by de Carey's.
33 from 38. He's certainly not holding back.
Hey, whenever you want, mate. I don't want to hold you up, is it? No, I'll do whatever's good for you.
Actor turns. Bowls once more to de Carey's. He gets a length ball, which is played with respect into the offside. And there's no run. Yes, you're on. Hello, David Payne.
Hello, Mr. Seaborn. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Yeah, enjoying the early going. So we haven't seen a great deal of spin yet, but the look of the pitch promises that we might be seeing quite a bit of it.
Now that there's a couple of footholes as well, I think we're all interested on if it's going to spin.
Actor bowls to de Carey's, who drives into the ground. The ball bobbles up to Van Buren at mid-on, and there's no run. Was there, I don't know, was there a thought of left armour in to this game to create more footmarks, or is it just rotation and get Matt Taylor back into the championship fold?
Yeah, good question. Probably both. I think there's definitely an element of rotation, but actually then it works nicely to have the left armour.
Actor bowling and driven off the back foot. Hammond tumbles away at point, stops the ball, and that ends the over. 5 from it. Middlesex 54 for 1. De Carey's 33 and Holden 14. So, how's your season been? Have you enjoyed the blast and then 100 coming up soon?
Always enjoyed the blast. Always enjoyed it as a tournament. Obviously, as the Gloucesters, it was up and down. Started too slow. That probably was what put us too far behind in the beginning. But then we had a really nice run, and what was that? It was 4 or 5 wins in a row through the middle, which was some really good cricket. And then unfortunately, we just tailed off at the wrong time at the back end, where it's almost similar to last year at a point where we thought we could get on a run and sneak in the back door, but it wasn't to be this year.
Taylor over the wicket to Holden, who has a bit of a jab at that one, and I think that time, a couple of times he's played inside it, but that one was definitely an incline of the bat to play at it. Didn't really push too hard at it, but was beaten as it went through. Yeah, do you think, one of the questions I wanted to ask, do you think that teams approached you as a team differently from last year?
I certainly felt that in the early games, especially myself personally. The amount of times opening pairs would be felt a lot more like Red Bull cricket in the first over.
Taylor bowls back of a length, that's played down to point by Holden.
Really stood out in the first game we played. I think we played Kent and Bell Drummond and Mayeye. I think there were even a couple of leaves in the first over, which I hadn't seen in years.
He bowled 2 overs for 5.
Yeah, and that was a bit telling as the combo, and we noticed that quite early on. And unfortunately, it didn't mean I could change much. We still looked to attack and try and take wickets. It's just they probably played it differently. They were looking for the swing. They knew probably a bit more what they were going to see from me this year. They looked at last year and probably saw a threat, and they actually negated it well.
Taylor in to Holden, who's nicked that one. He's gone. That's the wicket that Gloucestershire were after. And Matt Taylor, it is who struck. He's got both wickets. That time Holden definitely just probing away from his body at a ball that he must have felt he had to play it on the angle, but it just didn't straighten, held its line on him, and that is an edge through to Bracey. And Taylor has 2 for 24. Middlesex 54 for 2 as Holden goes for 14.
Looked like we'd beaten the bat a fair amount this morning. Looked like there's certainly something in the pitch there. It looks like you say there's a little bit of grass through the middle just to offer the seamers something up top, and it looked like Josh Shaw's first spell. He certainly looked like he beat the bat a fair amount, and yeah, I can't see on your video this one. I assume with the left armour it's just gone straight on. I always think it's going to be the nice swing away, catch the edge of the bat when it's left armour to left hander.
Just a little feather, I think it must have been as well. It can't have been a huge edge. I was mostly going on body language of both fielders and Holden. Holden really was looking extremely guilty there, but I couldn't hear it. Sometimes you know, even with the headset on, there was one in that Lancashire game that I didn't hear a thing. No,
not a thing. So you do have to, like you say, you read the body language. That was pretty guilty, but nice to have the ex-Gloucester overseas come to the crease.
So
I played
in the same team as him, yeah.
Played with Kane. I think his first year must have been either 2010, 2011. We were reminiscing about our games at Cheltenham. There was quite an incident with Mark Ramprakash here.
Oh, yes.
Which Kane was involved in because he actually threw the ball, to which led to the dismissal of obstructing the field, which I think no one had really seen before, but a very angry Mark Ramprakash also left the field that day.
He had I think a few run-ins. Well, I say run-ins. Here's Williamson facing and playing this one back to the bowler. Yeah, I think he... Was there another game that he played here where, probably with memories of that incident, I seem to remember he crashed 100, and then when he was... Well, I assume he was playing for Surrey then as well, but I don't know.
That's what I can't
memories
remember.
Him sort of marching off and in disgust despite getting a big score. Is that actually the same one?
That's what I was trying to remember.
Taylor bowls Yorker length delivery, but Williamson is able just to steer it out into a gap on the offside and take his first run. So 55 for 2.
I remember very vividly Richard Coftree dropping him on naught and him making 150. I don't think that's the same game, because I think he wasn't on a huge total when he had the run out, but it could have been the second innings of that game.
Maybe.
But yeah, he was a very angry man. Very, very angry man.
I'm sure he's okay about it. Here comes Taylor round the wicket to De Carey's, and there's a huge shout of no as he's played it straight to extra cover, and just the one run off the over, but the second wicket for Gloucestershire as Middlesex are 55 for 2 after 15 overs. Yeah, in terms of the blast, do you have a sort of a theory other than just it's the way that T20 cricket goes in terms of the start of that?
I think what you said. I think teams definitely. It felt a little bit more like, you know, teams didn't take us for granted. When you're the champions, there's always going to be an element of we need to play well to beat these guys. You know, they're clearly a decent outfit, and we felt that a little bit. You also look at last year. I think we recognised we had 8 guys have their career best seasons in T20 last year, something like that.
Yeah, Actor bowls and Williamson pushes this one to backward point, thinking of one, and then I think with 3 calls of wait before they eventually decided not to come through to Hammond.
Yeah, so I think when you have a season like that, there's always as well, you're going to compare yourselves this season to last season. When you've won it, you're always going to look back and go, what were we doing last season? What were we doing that was so good that helped us to win it, and this and that. And there's some clear, obvious ones that, you know, we just had batters in form. That doesn't, you know, you don't just score hundreds of runs every year.
Actor bowling, Williamson in line with that one. Positive defence to extra cover Phillips Fields, but there's no run.
Yeah, we had myself and Matt Taylor take 30 odd wickets last year. Yeah, last year was just one of those seasons, an element of that you had 8 guys in form. You know, that helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
it goes a long way to help it. And this year we had almost the opposite. It felt like early on we were very rusty. Ball, bat, field, everything just couldn't click, and that's cricket a little bit. Unfortunately, we're always striving to be in form, and that's just not the case. You're not always in form.
Actor in now, and that's clipped into the leg side by Williamson. Quite timed it well enough for 4, even to that shorter side. Charlesworth goes back, slides. Doesn't look like the most pleasant of outfields to be sliding on. 2 runs are added, 57 for 2.
I think luckily now, that little bit of rain they had this morning has probably softened it up a bit, which will help it slightly, because it does still look very yellow and brown. But I think underneath now is starting to be a bit softer. The T20 here was awful.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, I did not enjoy that. Where you got this 2 squares here as well, I feel that the 30-yard circle just gets onto the edge of the training square, and you stood there with your spikes on it. Always thinking I'm going to get one in the teeth.
Actor bowls, and Williamson plays it late to backward point once more. Hammond with...
that shows his football skills, doesn't it?
that was nothing on Jimmy. 6 or 7 going at one point, I think, with the keepy up is Jimmy Anderson last week.
What that man can't do.
Yes, well, I mean, it really did hit home when he was bowling to Joe Phillips. 42 to 21.
Was that a classic? Was Joe even born when he began that sort of thing?
Oh, it's all those sorts. Everybody else does that, I feel, if I start doing it. Sun's out, and Williamson brings out a flowing back foot drive through cover point, and 4 runs. That's 4 anywhere, never mind down the hill. 61 for 2.
Kane is unfortunately one of those players, in my perspective, I obviously want him out right now, but at the same time I love watching him bat.
Yeah.
To be able to watch him, like that shot there, he just makes everything look so easy. When you've got one of the world's best, there's an element of you do want to see them. You've come here to watch them.
It's funny because that's exactly what I said. I don't think Kevin Hand said it. When we were covering the T20 at Bristol between these sides. Full delivery is clipped away and picks out Charlesworth at mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. 61 for 2. Things continue to move along at a decent pace. Middlesex scoring at nearly 4s, but 2 wickets down. You know, Williamson played, I can't remember who it was off, so apologies if it was off you, but he played that one straight drive that almost went into the balcony of the pavilion.
You know what? I bowled that. He hit it, and
was you?
I remember.
Sorry.
No, but it was one of those moments. He hit the ball, and I remember saying something like, "Wow."
Yeah.
Like that was such a good shot, because I didn't feel it was a bad ball, but he skipped down and played me like a spinner with a straight bat, and it went miles into the pavilion. I was like, "Wow." And I could, luckily, I could be in a position where I was like, I mean, you know, I could appreciate that.
We were defending a big score as well.
Yeah.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls, driven, and won't beat a diving mid-on. Josh Shaw eventually works out where the ball's gone. He has basically stopped it. There's an awful lot of shouting in the field there.
So it was nice that I could almost appreciate that small moment, even though it went for 6. Like, so, probably because big total wasn't the end of the game, anything like that. It was just watching one of the world's best play one of the nicest shots I've ever seen.
Oh, that was just incredible. We were watching from extra cover, but it didn't really matter what angle you watched, you could appreciate. There's another on drive and another stop from Josh Shaw, who's almost doing the front crawl along the ground there.
Poor Shaw's hamstrings have never been the loosest, shall we say, so getting to the ground for Josh has always been a tricky one. But as long as he stops it, no one cares.
Yeah. Score remains 61 for 2, by the way. And you know, we both said, or I said, I think, as Taylor bowls, Carey's flicks this one to mid-wicket, that Williamson has batted from the Gloucestershire fans' point of view just the right amount of time there. He made a 40-odd, I think, wasn't it? And then got yorked by Shaw, I want to say, something like that. It was trapped LBW anyway, and it was just exactly what you'd want. As going back to my days of watching cricket when you're younger, you turn up and you watch that sort of player, sense of awe as De Carey's drives out through the covers. Again, it's not quite got the timing on it to reach the boundary, and up the hill there's really very little chance of boundary, but 2 runs, and I think also that was signalled no ball by umpire Neil Pratt, so wait to get confirmation of that. I just saw him as he withdrew the signal, but I think that was a no ball that was called, so that will make it 65 for 2. But yeah, you want to turn up to watch your team win, but you also feel a bit shortchanged if you don't get to see something from Williamson.
It's like one of those where you play against your mates, you almost go like, I want you to do well, but I want your team to lose.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
okay.
You don't mind, or your brother or something. I imagine if the brothers played against each other, you'd be like...
Taylor in, clipped away. It's in the air for a little bit of time, but well short in the end of Murphy. Does well to field that. Parry it almost to mid-wicket.
Unless you're almost like, brother rivalry, I want you to do really badly, but generally I think if you really like someone, then you can I don't mind you doing well as long as the team lose. Which I'm a little, like you say, for the fans that day, and I could appreciate playing against Kane Williamson, seeing him play some glorious shots. We still won the game, so it was kind of the best of both worlds. That, like you say, the fans got to see one of the greats in action, but we still won the game.
2 slips in place. Taylor bowls. Oh gosh, that's a full toss, which is drilled back. Does it hit Taylor on the boot and go on to the stumps? I think it does, but the batter's in at the non-striker's end. Williamson, that would have been a way to go. And it was not that far off, even though De Carey's played a flowing drive straight back. It wasn't high enough to be a no ball over waist height, but it was a very high full toss. And
so was the no ball given front foot then?
Was there a no ball given?
Yeah.
Yes, there was. So yeah, I think it was given on front foot, because it was the bowler's end umpire that signalled it even without looking at the square leg umpire, as that's played to mid wicket by De Carey's for no run. So yes, thank you. That's where you need to keep me on the straight and narrow.
That's why you have 2 people on the mic.
67 for 2 then with that latest no ball. Yeah, the arm was out, and then it was a further extension of both arms from Neil Pratt as he suddenly realised he might have to get his feet out of the way of the ball. Taylor to De Carey's, and this is turned to deep forward square, and that will be a single. So an 8 ball over there, and Taylor continues to carve away at those landing areas. So 68 for 2 after 17.
We're into the last, if I'm right, group game with this Kookaburra ball.
Yes.
What's your evaluation of the cricket with the cooker?
Well, some sides have managed to achieve results with it, and both the fixtures in June were, well, there were games where a side could have won, and in fact the Bristol game against Derbyshire was a pretty good game, but it feels as though that only happens if teams put something into the pitch. Actor in now, and that's whipped away. That'll be 4. De Carey's is looking in fine fettle here with some of the shots that he's playing straight out of the middle of the bat, whipped out through mid-wicket, never left the floor, and even though there's a deep square, Charlesworth barely moved. So 72 for 2. De Carey's on to 40.
So you think he's got a future?
No. No. Also was another no ball, by the way. So 74 for 2. That's 6 off that one. And Middlesex's run rate is now at 4.5. De Carey's has 40 from 51 balls. Actor bowls, and De Carey's forward playing a firm defence back to the bowler. Yeah, I don't know. It feels as though even though teams could win these games, I find it really, I mean, yeah, okay, you see it on slow pitches in other parts of the world, but it's a shame when you look at a field and there's nobody standing at slip at all, because there's just no way that a bowler can get a ball to carry. I don't know. It feels like just give the bowlers something.
Yeah.
And I think we changed, it feels like just what we do with English cricket. We change about 10 things. Actor bowls, bat onto pad, I think, as that trickles out to backward square. No, it's going to be signalled as a leg by, but must have been going down leg side anyway. 75 for 2. And then it's almost tricky to really pinpoint what thing caused a positive or negative change, and then we fight to solve something, and then we go about solving it in 5 different ways, and some of them counteract each other and some of them pile on top of each other.
Well, this one, if we go back to the beginning of it, this one, as far as I'm aware, was brought in to do with the Ashes playing against Australia. They use a kookaburra ball, if I'm right.
Actor bowls, and that's clipped down to long leg by Williamson. He'll just take 1.
I think that's where it started from. My problem with it from that point, looking at that perspective, is we don't have Australia's soil or pitches. That the reason they use a kookaburra ball, in my eyes, is they have pace and bounce. Then the game is balanced because bowlers have pace and bounce to work with. We don't have that in England. So the reason we use the Duke's ball is to give you a bit of movement, where you don't have the ball flying through, carrying through. They're always a little bit on the slow side.
Actor in now, and it's played by De Carey's off the back foot into the ground out to extra cover, and there's no run.
So unfortunately, you chuck a kookaburra ball onto an English pitch, you get what we're getting, high scoring games, unless, like you've said, what we're seeing a lot more of now is teams having to do something to the pitches to try and create something, whether that be spin or whether that be seam. But then you're kind of playing with the unknowns of what that pitch is going to behave like. We're waiting to see the spin today. How much is it going to spin? Is it going to spin?
Actor bowls, and again into the ground, out to extra cover from De Carey's. Yes, and it just, that wasn't why it was brought in, really. And I get the idea of trying to produce bowlers who bowl quickly, because there are fewer of them going about. But I don't know, your take on that. How are you going to go about producing quicker bowlers, and is changing the ball going to help that at all? De Carey's defends, completes the over, 76 for 2, Middlesex.
My take on producing fast bowlers, there's an element of, for me, understanding, like my whole thing, and you get into professional cricket, what you want to achieve is to play for England. If England are saying you will only play for England if you bowl a certain speed, if you bowl fast, this is what it takes. If there's that clear message...
Height seems to be important as well.
If there's a clear message about pace, if there'd been a clear message when I was 18, 19 years old and sign off, and they're saying, it might not have happened for me straight away, but I think there would have been much more emphasis on myself going like, right, well, I've got to try and put on pace. I've got to try and bowl as fast as I can. Whereas my career and on, it's just, you just think, if I take a load of wickets and do really well, I'll get an opportunity to play for England. Right now, it seems they're quite clear on that structure of what type of bowler they're looking for. So for me, if I'm a young bowler, regardless of the ball, the pitch, whatever, if your aspiration is to play for England, there's potentially an element of going, right, I need to try and bowl faster. Is that in the gym? Is that technical work in the action, or whatever it is? I don't know if you need to change the ball to do that.
Taylor over the wicket now to Williamson. This is played with an open face of the bat out to backward point where Hammond fields. It's the voice of David Payne alongside me, by the way, in case you have tuned in a little late after lunch. But yes, the whole sort of the whole concept of how people get noticed now does seem to have changed. It does seem to be so much more on attributes. As Taylor bowls now, and this is worked out to mid-wicket Murphy Fields. How's that changed the mindset of players in general, do you think? Has it changed what they're looking to do, do you think, how they're looking to play?
Well, I'm thinking of 2 guys in our squad right now, perfect examples, of Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale. A young fast bowler have obviously always been able to bowl fast, but there's nothing right now, which a good thing.
Taylor in, Williamson defends into the onside.
A good thing is to give them almost a bit more freedom and confidence. There is the backing of going, look, we'd rather you bowl fast and not worry about that you're going for a few more runs and it's a bit more sporadic, because what we can do with that pace is then try and work on the accuracy and the skill and hone it in, but we don't want you to lose that pace. Whereas I think possibly in the past, maybe bowlers have gone the other way and gone, I need to be accurate and I need to have good stats and take wickets.
Taylor bowls. Williamson plays this one with a perfect technique back to the bowler, defensively though.
And understanding that you don't need to bowl 90 miles an hour in England to take wickets, that you can do it with skill and bowl early 80 mile an hour. And so there's easily a way I can see, yeah, bowlers potentially in the past have gone, well, I don't need to charge in and bowl as quick as I can. I'm much more accurate, taking 5-10% off, and I take more wickets that way. But actually, I think, like I say, because of the messaging from England, I think you are getting more bowlers understanding they want to keep the pace high and then work on the accuracy.
Taylor bowls, and Williamson allows that one to pass by. Yeah, I just, well, wind's just getting up a bit. In fact, you know what? It can just dangle there.
If you're happy with that?
Just as long as everything is still working, the extension that is basically keeping everything else on air, I can just dangle off in mid-air and just won't disturb it. In moving it again, I might cause the whole thing to just go. No runs yet in this Taylor over, his 8th overall, and it will be his first maiden as Williamson again offers no shot. So Taylor 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32, and Middlesex are 76 for 2. Mr. Carey's is on 40 and Williamson is on 8. You did use the word structure not so long ago.
Did I?
You did, yes. Well, it.
Go on.
Well, let's have a mid-season review.
Yeah.
Of course, we know a little bit of what sides are starting to want as far as next year, and we know a bit about. Well, I think it's more common knowledge of how the blast is likely to change. In terms of what you'd like, and I'm meaning personally and maybe as a group as well, do you feel that you are now closer to what you would like as players?
It's really hard because it's hopefully it's fairly public what the players, the PCA represent, and even within that, obviously, they're representing a majority vote. Like everything's democratic and everything. You're going to have different players wanting different things. We're not all going to be exactly on the same page, but you try and gather a consensus and a fair one. And I'm pretty confident there's been a very large majority consensus that just a reduction in some sort of cricket at some point is welcomed.
Got Murphy back into the attack. He's bowling from the Chapel end for the first time. Had 2 overs just before lunch from the College lawn end, but this is his first look from the Chapel end. That's played into the ground too. Short leg. Just as you get to the juicy stuff, on comes the spins.
Well, I want to see if these footholds work as well.
Murphy bowls and Carey's back and defending into the onside. Yeah, there is a slip and a short leg. And
You can definitely see Matt Taylor's created something there.
yes, there's some darker
Murphy.
patches there, aren't there?
Yeah, I think he's just been a bit short of that so far.
Murphy to De Carey's on 40. Reverse sweep comes out. There is that fielder at deep backward point. So just the 1 run. Murphy's hands clasped behind his head. 3rd ball. You've done that. But he's played so confidently as De Carey's in this innings.
Moved very well.
41 to him. Middlesex is 77 for 2 as Williamson will take strike. Murphy starting off over the wicket to Williamson. He does seem to have bowled a lot early on in his spells around the wicket to the right-handers. Bowls now to Williamson, who works this one out to Bancroft at mid-wicket. There's no run. And Williamson will see a deep square and a deep backward point. In fact, I don't think there's really any change in the field between these two. As Murphy bowls, a little skip down there from Williamson, but still just a defensive shot to extra cover. So nothing extravagant yet. The pitch inspector's phone is able to be put on silent so far. We joke. Last ball of the over. Murphy winds up, bowls, a little short and pulled by Williamson. Is that taken a bit of Phillips, or has he just mistimed it to...
I think he's just turned it round the
square.
corner.
Yeah. Anyway, 1 run from the over, 77 for 2. Right, let's get back to... let's get back to this then.
So yeah, as I said, the consensus is very much a reduction in cricket would be welcomed. The challenge with this is, as we've started to see coming out onto social media and headlines and stuff, there are already teams, and it's ultimately about the clubs, the chairs, the DOCs, the chief execs, whatever, the people at the top. It's what they want, and yeah, we've seen a few of the teams very much say, you know, we want to keep 14 games of Championship cricket, and the whole time we're completely understanding of why people would want that, why fans would want that, why clubs would want that. I guess our hope is that we have people listen from our perspective. The guys who are out there on the field, the ones who are doing the hours in the car, the hours out on the field, and how we find it, that then our voices are heard to be like, you know what, actually a couple of games frees up, hopefully the quality of the cricket goes up.
Change of bowling, Shaw replacing Taylor from the College lawn end, and De Carey's will get off strike straight away, just working this one past Murphy through a mid-wicket position. 78 for 2, De Carey's to 42.
Well, like you say, right now I actually could not tell you what is going to happen. I actually think in terms of a championship structure, I don't think anything will change, because my gut says right now they're not going to be able to reach a majority consensus as counties on an agreed structure, which will then just result in nothing changing. Like you said, the Blast potentially might, but then I'd be like, if we don't change the championship structure, there's no, what's 2 Blast games going to do?
Shaw in now. Williamson steers this one out to Charlesworth at extra cover.
I think with the Blast there's an element of looking at a refresh in terms of, you know, we've done north-south for a long time. It's not all about losing 2 games of cricket. That's potentially about changing the look of the Blast and playing different teams. And I understand that. You know, what have we ever played Lancashire in a T20, things like that? And how often have we played Durham? You know, rejigging that, being able to play the north teams and restructure that would be quite entertaining, I think.
Shaw gathers bowls, and that has been forced by Williamson through extra cover for 4 runs. It was just a little bit more of an aggressive push at the ball than the previous shot, which went to Charlesworth at extra cover, but there was very little difference in what he did. It's just he knows exactly the amount of power that he's got to put into the ball to send it to the boundary, which is what he's just done. 82 for 2.
Yeah, so I've actually, all in all, I've got no idea what's going to happen to the structure, to be honest with you. And actually, like I say, my gut says championship won't change. Blasts, like you say, potentially more likely to change.
Short bowls, and Williamson plays this one into the onside, just behind square. Fielder out at deep backward square, just the single. Williamson on to 30.
Yeah, certainly. So there's a world where maybe nothing at all changes, maybe just the Blast changes. Maybe they do end up voting and we lose a couple of games of championship cricket and something changes. But actually, yeah, I've not really been helpful there, because ultimately anything could happen, it seems. Yeah. The power is in the chairs, I guess, at the counties. Yeah,
well, I mean, anything can happen. And I think, as you say, I think most people know the players' stance as Shaw bowls and Carey's chops down late, hits it to Hammond at backward point. There are 2 short mid-wickets now in place, standing pretty close to each other. Just the 1 slip in the 21st over, which again is pretty standard. It feels like, you know, you start with 3 and then gradually chop 1 off every about 10 overs.
Yep. And stick a few more in front of the bat and hope they chip 1 up to mid-wicket.
Shaw goes in and bowls and strikes to Carey's on the pad. There was something slightly unconvincing about the nature of that appeal. I assume it was probably just drifting down, but not too far off. He's probably looked more likely to be out LBW than any other way so far as De Carey's, but not not massively so in any particular fashion, as he's moved on to 42 and played some shots of real authority, as it is 83 for 2 at the end of that over.
So I forgot you have the video in front of you as well. Has there been much spin?
If I'm honest,
any?
I've not, because I've actually called all 3 of Murphy's overs so far. By the time I've flicked down to look at the replay, the next ball's coming in, so I haven't really seen it.
Turn the screen my way then.
All right. I think there's been a couple which turned from out wide, but I haven't seen too much off the straight so far. As this is played slightly in the air by Williamson out into the onside, and just threw that shot maybe a bit early. Williamson, he's gone down just to pick up a fending piece of dirt and throw it to the side of the pitch. Murphy bowls. Again, it's quite short and played on the bounce to Phillips at short leg. And there is no run.
Not the best camera angle. There we go.
Come on, Healy.
I was wondering if there was a camera at each end or whether... That's better. I'll get a text message from him now.
You will. That's short again from Murphy, and the second time Williamson's done that is rotated on it and hit it straight to the fielder on the 45, who is Matt Taylor. So no runs off this over, and I don't think any of the balls have actually landed yet on the shaved part of the pitch. That one does, and Williamson just almost just deadens that one. It wasn't really a straight batted defence, nor was it rolling the wrists on it and playing it into the onside.
What we'll say is that Taylor foot mark is quite wide. Just as a note.
Murphy bowls, played into the ground, firmer this time from Williamson, but straight into Phillips at short leg.
Right now Murphy's very much more of a full stump line bowling straight. There definitely is a little bit of turn there. I wouldn't mind him just chucking one out a bit wider just to see, understand his maybe concern that he might get cut like that.
There it is, and it's 4.
What do I know?
There's nobody out at deep cover. There's a deep backward point, but Williamson has just rocked back and driven that really rather than cut it. So that, yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit more 6 stump spun, probably been to about 5th, 4th, like tiny bit.
87 for 2 as Williamson has 17.
That's me. That's me done, isn't it?
Well, you've got to try and come up with some sort of a plan of getting out one of the best players to pick up a cricket bat. So
it was a positive mindset. Maybe too soon.
Yeah, 87 for 2, as I say. 22 overs have gone. Shaw is marching back to his spot. Speaking of former teammates, Craig Miles coming back next year.
That was nice news to read. To have Craig back, gone away and done his stint with the Bears for 5-6 years, and welcome him back with open arms. It'd be nice to have him back around.
Still got these 2 short mid wickets. Shaw in and bowls, and De Carey's plays it to one of those short mid wickets. Hammond and Ollie Price, the 2 fielders in there, as Bancroft has gone to first slip. And this partnership, which came together at the fall of Holden for 14, again is just starting to get to the point it might try and kick on a bit. Shaw bowls. De Carey's plays that one as though it stayed down. Plays it into the floor, and it's fielded by Price at the straighter of the 2 short mid wickets. 100 starting soon. I saw you out there with the white ball in the lunch break.
I actually said to them, Mark Thorburn brought out the white balls, and I said, I was a bit disappointed. I thought you were going to bring out the red ball bag and I could have a bowl with that. But yeah, no, we meet up on Sunday, and I think the first game of the 100s of the Tuesday, but we start on the Thursday. So yeah, it's come around quick, but excited for that.
Shaw passes the umpire, bowls, and De Carey's once again plays round that front pad and out to mid wicket. You particularly looking for anything in this season? I'm sure, obviously, winning the thing, but
yeah, I think winning it would be priority number one.
Winning a game at Southampton, dare I say?
That would be the dream. I gave this year, actually, in the T20, I don't know if you heard about this, I gave a rip-roaring speech before the T20 at Hampshire this year, stating the fact that we hadn't won a white ball game since 2006 or whatever it is.
De Carey's gets this one a little bit squarer of those two short mid-wickets, and so he can take a single out into the deep, 88 for 2.
Felt along the lines of Gladiator, you know.
Oh, I bet.
And
were you standing on a chair or something just to make it even more
to try and point out
impactful? Sorry, use the word I hate.
And just rally the youngsters who may not be aware that, you know, myself, Jack, never won a white ball game there. It felt like it really got the group going, and it just unfortunately did not happen.
Sure. Bowles, and Williamson flicks this one to that fielder on the leg side boundary, and that's another single to him. He's on to 18.
So yeah, unfortunately next year, I don't know, someone else is going to have to do the speech next year. But yeah, annoyingly last summer, actually, in the 100, we were very much on track to win it, the Rose Bowl, and I think we needed only a few more deliveries, and it rained, and it got rained off, and that was my one chance to win at the Rose Bowl. Rained away, but maybe this year, maybe this summer. Here
we go. 2's not enough in close on the onside. We're going to go with 3. Bancroft comes out of slip.
22.5 overs, no slips.
And 2 down as well. It's 89 for 2. It's not like it's 120 without loss either. Shaw in bowls, it beats all 3 of them, and there's work to do round the boundary, and that's superb fielding. I think he's got the shin pads on as well out there at deep square as Joe Phillips, and he's slid across and stopped it. And that is a single to end the over. 90 for 2 on Middlesex after 23 overs. Very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
100. I'm sure I hope to see you around plenty as well, but thanks very much for coming up.
Thanks,
David Payne will be replaced by Kevin Hand very shortly, as Murphy, who's only gone for 6 runs in his 4 overs so far, will prepare to resume from the chapel end. Still very much not unbroken sunshine. We get the occasional glimpse of it before it's taken away from us. As in comes Murphy now. Bowls, reverse swept by De Carey's, and that will spin its way down past deep backward point. And that's another boundary. So De Carey's has 10 4s in his 48. And we've seen throughout the festival, really, you can just deal in boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite the nursery end at Lord's, is it? But square on it almost is.
Yeah, gets away very quickly. They've moved their fielder a bit finer now. As Murphy bowls, De Carey's plays it into the ground. Sprawling stop from Phillips at short leg.
Yeah, down the ground, it's quite a long boundary, isn't it? That's 55, 60 yards straight down the ground, but
certainly longer. Murphy bowls, holds that one right back, and maybe just gets a little bit of bounce there. And De Carey's does well just to wait for it and soften the impact into the ground.
But square here, Van Buren just below us on the rope. He's halfway back from the umpire. What's the umpire? Less than 30? Less than 15?
De Carey's back and defending into the onside. Yes, this pitch is the one.
I'm saying less than 15, less than 30, I'm saying, yeah.
It's just off middle strip to the far side as we look at it.
But that downhill as well, if he runs it or reverses, as he did in this over.
Murphy bowls. De Carey's along the floor. Will get it past short leg. Phillips is now down to one knee, having had it just go by him, and out to Van Buren below us for a single. 95 for 2.
Just going back to David Payne for a minute, this Hampshire hoodoo.
Yes.
Is this as bad as Middlesex's Gloucestershire hoodoo?
Oh, well,
14
now
games,
it's
wasn't it?
worse because,
Is it?
well, Middlesex won here last season. Murphy bowls now. Williamson dabs it away into the offside. Just defensively, and the over is at an end, 95 for 2. 49 to Carey's 18 Williamson. Yeah. So
didn't it take Middlesex 14 games to finally find a win against Gloucestershire in a T20?
At home, certainly.
I think home and away, wasn't it? It was 14 home and away. Middlesex had never beaten Gloucestershire in a...
And they'd never won either at Cheltenham or Bristol. They've still not won at Bristol.
Oh, right, so yeah, then they got the home one. Yeah, but it was 14 to
here.
begin with from the off,
right.
from the start
right.
of T20.
Yeah, so it's probably not quite as bad as that home and away, because I think still, even though Gloucestershire beat Hampshire this year at Bristol, it's still, I think, just Hampshire over Gloucestershire historically, but they've alternated them for each of the last about 6 or 7 seasons now.
Here's Shaw, right arm over, he bowls, block hole delivery, dug out by De Carey's, deep within his crease still as he begins.
But yeah, in terms of Southampton, never won, and it's even worse than that in a way, because you count 50 over cricket, and I think something like there's only 2 games of either 50 overs or generally white ball cricket. Are you not accepting cookies?
No, it was too easy. Sorry.
You're not accepting cookies.
Good gag for radio, that, wasn't it? Here's Shaw, he's right arm over bowls, and this is bouncing up into the unspeakables, the unmentionables.
I think it hit his glove, hit that part, hit his bat. All sorts going on there.
The unmentionables. Sounds like a bad Quentin Tarantino movie, doesn't it?
No, sorry, of course you should explain. I've just passed.
Yes, sorry, the brilliant gag for radio. Could you please pass me that, Ed? He passes me the tablet. No, the cookie's behind them.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ed.
You rejected cookies.
I didn't really want the cookies. It was just winding you up as usual. Here's Shaw, past the umpire. He's in, bowls, and forward goes to Carey. He's pushing away into the offside. Extra cover comes around. There's no run.
What were we talking about before that?
I have no idea.
Can't remember. I think we're talking about something.
I think we were speaking about
that's it, Hampshire.
I think we were speaking about cricket at one point.
Hampshire. So I think since that ground was built, Gloucestershire have only won, I want to say, 2 games of List A cricket as well, and not for a very long time either, something like 2006. And I didn't realise until he told me after the loss there this season.
This is full to De Carey. He's defended into the offside, fielded at point.
He being David Payne. I didn't realise that he'd not won there in the 100 either.
Oh.
So you can add presumably.
So you really upset him then.
3 games onto that now as well.
Does that mean you won't come back now you've upset him?
Well, he brought up the other part of that conversation about his stirring speech that obviously didn't go to plan himself. He did that voluntarily.
Here comes Shaw from the College Lawn. College Lawn or College Green? College Lawn, isn't it? This is eased away to backward point by De Carey. What are you laughing at? That's a simple mistake.
Well, no, it's College Green.
It's the College Green down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
College Lawn.
I don't think there are any protesters over there at the moment either.
It's not very green at the moment, I guess, is it?
Did have protesters here once upon a time in a game between Gloucestershire and Middlesex.
Why? What did you say?
It was to do with the Rebel tour to South Africa.
Oh.
And Mike Gatting responded by crashing 100.
Don't upset Gat. He'll hit 100 or he'll point a finger in your face. Here's afternoon Gat. Forward goes to Carey. He's pushing back up the track. He's fielded by the bowler. Shaw off his own bowling. 95 for 2. Maiden over. Shaw 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28. I'll be disappointed if he's not tuned in.
Anyway.
He usually is. Well, I say usually is. He keeps a very close eye on Middlesex.
College Green, Bristol. Yeah. But anyway.
Another great of Cheltenham College, Richard Gubbins, the father of Nick, who came up on air during a Gloucestershire commentary and was on air with Bob Hunt He came to sit down and have a chat with me, and we'd had a chat a few times. And Nick's dad said, "Come on here, sit down and have a chat with Bob."
Excellent.
Which led to the immortal line. I mean, imagine saying this in front of Bob. I was known as the Cheltenham Flasher.
It's almost as
because he flashed outside the off stump once too often. But imagine saying that to Bob. In fact, imagine saying that to anyone. So he's forever been known as the Cheltenham Flasher forever.
And there used to be, back in the day, there used to be a paper, I think, called the Cheltenham Looker-On.
Did the Cheltenham Flasher ever write for the Cheltenham Looker-On?
Exactly.
There we go. I'll ask him next time I see him. He went at Hampshire playing. If Hampshire aren't playing, he'll be tuned in.
I think they are playing.
He'll be listening to Kevin James then.
I think everybody's playing.
Good strength.
Yeah, they've started at New Road now. Murphy bowls, and that's whipped away and beautifully fielded away to his right by Bancroft at mid-wicket. Always, those boots look absolutely regulation, but when he dives, you can see the bright orange soles.
Have you gone through what's happened at the Oval today yet?
No. Murphy bowls cut away by Williamson, bounding out to deep cover point. Slight fumble out there from short, but short boundary. They're not taking two there. 96 for 2.
You could have thrown
What's happening at the Oval?
You could have thrown this to David Payne on air. India head coach Gautam Gambhir has been involved in a confrontation with Surrey ground staff during a training session before Thursday's 5th and final test against England at the Oval. Video footage from the net session shows Gambhir pointing his finger at Lee Fortis, Surrey's head
worked well.
of ground staff. Yeah, he had to get a stepladder.
Murphy, quicker delivery, and De Carey's tries to poke it into the onside for the single that he needs for his 50. He's still been trapped on 49 though.
The India coach can be heard shouting, "You can't tell us what to do." Speaking in a news conference afterwards, India batting coach, this is all on the BBC Sport website, from the wonderful Fionn White.
Slighter delivery to Carey's big stride and defends back to the bowler.
Speaking in a news conference afterwards, India batting coach Kotak, who was present during the incident, said the coaches were inspecting the wicket for the test and were asked to move away. When we were standing on the wicket looking at it, one of the ground staff came and said...
Murphy in, and there's his 50. De Carey's turns it past short leg, well in front of that fielder to deep mid-wicket, and that is an 81 ball 50 in the end for De Carey's, but it's pretty much only been right as he's got on the verge of that half century that he's slowed down a bit, but 10 fours, it's been an innings of real authority, and he's lost Robson and Holden around him, but De Carey's in this opening position is the one so far to make the biggest impression on this innings, as Middlesex are 97 for 2. Williamson faces the last ball of this over from Murphy, and this is run away down to long on by Williamson. Charlesworth coming in off the boundary. I don't know, I mean, a long on to Kane Williamson. Might go over the top if you brought him up, but at this point, it feels a bit surprising to have that long on back. I didn't even notice him until Williamson played the ball down there. He's on 20, and De Carey's on exactly 50, 98 for 2.
Well batted, Josh De Carey's. I'll come back to the Oval in a moment, but we mainly covered it off, haven't we? But they were effectively told they weren't allowed to stand within 2.5 metres of the track.
Oh, okay. I assumed that they might have been unhappy with the nature of something that was going on preparation-wise.
We've all been told off by Lee at some point. Have you not been told off by Lee yet?
No, I haven't ventured anywhere near the outfield at the Oval until well after play.
Oh well, yeah, that'll do it. Williamson's on strike. Here's Shaw. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. And it's a badge of honour to be told off by Lee. I think Gautam should be proud. De Carey's, he's 24. He turned 23 in April. Still a very young man, isn't he? First class average of only 27.5. It's his 7th first class 50 and his 38th first class innings. He did score that century against Yorkshire for Leeds Bradford, but unfortunately the university games don't hold first class status anymore, and he did it at Headingley. As here is Shaw bowls, and this is pushed back by Williamson. No run, the son of course of one of Lancashire's finest, scoring his first century at Headingley. Not bad. Shame he didn't get a first class recognition for it, but yeah, his debut came here at Cheltenham College in 2021, didn't it? In the COVID The season that followed COVID, wasn't it?
Yes, there were still restrictions in
well,
terms of
the
number
reason
of
why,
people in.
Yeah, the reason why the COVID thing sprung to mind, because it was the match where all those players were withdrawn to play for England C, effectively, as forward goes Williamson, easing to back a point in the snow run, but they still trounced.
Didn't say that around David Payne, considering he was one of them.
Well, it was Payne, Helm, Simpson. Who else went? No, but I say
it might have been those three, but it was both captains, wasn't it? Because Simpson was captaining Middlesex and Payne was due to captain Gloucestershire.
I thought you had a few more go, but no, I say it with great compliment because they trounced Pakistan.
They did,
didn't they?
yeah.
But you know, we need to completely rethink county cricket. 98 for 2. 2 mid wickets, crouching down, short extra covers, not far away. Short over the wicket. Oh, up on his toes, Williamson. If he got hold of that, we'd have been waxing lyrical about that punch through point. And quiet, it was off the face, slid off the face somewhat to backward point and no run. He was off the ground though, wasn't he? That would have been a great one for the snappers, that, if you were square on. Leaping Kane Williamson, punching through points. He'd have not played for Gloucestershire in your time, would he, Kane?
Certainly not in my time commentating, no.
I remember commentating at the back of the Jessup stand at Neville Road on Williamson playing for Gloucestershire as he's forward now, driving through the covers. Goodness me. Projectile pierces its way across the top of the grass in between extra cover and cover, and they were statuesque, the pair. That flew off the middle of the bat. Middlesex moved to 100 for 2. As you may have just heard, the 27th over. Williamson's 24 from 37. And this partnership now, where does it say that on that far board? It doesn't, does it?
No.
The last batter. Does it say anywhere in the ground? It doesn't. Right. Online scoreboards. Comes to those in a moment. It's here's Shaw in bowls, and this is cut hard, backward a point. Well, he looks for the punch. A couple of balls back on this one. He cuts it.
You'll see it soon.
What is it? Oh, 50. There you go. 52 runs is the partnership now. Well done, Ed. Williamson's 28, and De Carey's is 17 of those 78 balls for the 52-run partnership. 52 minutes since Holden had a little dabble. Is that the way to describe it? He had a little dabble outside the off stump?
Yeah, just a little slither of an edge through to the keeper. It wasn't... Well, neither of us heard the edge, and it wasn't immediately obvious having
so it shouldn't have been given out then, should it?
Having looked at the replay.
Ed and David didn't hear it.
Right, that's how it works. What we think, because I think the problem that you'll have with that one is that, well, let's test it out. Here comes Murphy, bowling now to De Carey's round the wicket, and De Carey's defends that one into the ground to slip, and that's out LBW. It's not.
I think they just heard you at short leg. He just looked around, didn't he? Can you hear us at short leg?
No. Holden's body language slightly gave him away. There's a flick and a misfield from Cameron Bancroft, and that's going to be 2 runs to De Carey's. Bancroft still on the ground.
That should be up on the BBC Sport website ahead of Goughton, Gambia and Lee going at it.
Wondering how that's happened. Well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. I think he very rarely dropped a catch last game, which didn't prove to be costly at all. I think only 4 more runs were added before that was made up for us. It's 108 for 2, and De Carey's wants a single to the left-hand side of Taylor on the 45. Oh dear me, that's a bit unfortunate. Taylor threw the ball in on the bounce to Bracey. The ball's kicked up off Bracey's glove, and it's gone into Williamson's helmet, and we're going to need a concussion check.
Oh, I mean, yes, we do have to have it. Rules are the rules, but I mean, it was, you know, I don't think Kane looks best impressed. Was like, really? It just bounced out of the gloves, which would have taken a fair sting out of it, but then nonetheless, yeah, he's going to have to take the helmet off reluctantly. I don't think he wants to. Come on, let's have a look at it, Kane. Who's your favourite commentator? Ed Seaborn. Yeah, you're fine. Keep going.
Right.
Josh De Carey's is on 53 from 84, and his last 3 first-class innings have gone 87 against Northamptonshire at Northants in the second innings, 76 against Leicestershire at Grace Road, but because they wanted to go with an extra seamer last week at, well indeed, because of the arrival of Kane Williamson last week at Merchant Taylor's School in the championship squad, De Carey's was the man to make way. Now bearing in mind that they also missed Luke Holman last week as well, so somewhat all changed, but it does suggest Middlesex have a good depth of squad at the moment. The only area where, if you were to really say, right, you've got one position, you can fill it with a top player of that ilk, what would it be? It would be probably a fast bowler at the moment, just one more to the ranks, but they've got a plethora of youngsters pushing to get through, and very impressive ones as well. But equally, you know, Williamson 50-50 straight back in, another 50. Sorry, Williamson, De Carey's. Yeah, 3 consecutive 50s. Very good from Josh.
Williamson now takes strike. Murphy bowls to him, and this is worked firmly down to long on. It's the hands of Charlesworth hard down there, and another run added, so .211.
Charlesworth, formerly... No, I'm mixing him up. Who's the lad I'm thinking of at Somerset?
I don't know, there's a few lads at Somerset, really. Murphy in, and off the back foot. This is played into Phillips, and then there's some hesitation about whether it's gone far enough off his body to take a single, and eventually they decide to stay put.
Diminutive batter went on loan to Leicestershire. I think he's back with
Goldsworthy.
Goldsworthy, yes. That's it. That's what I'm confused with. I was looking and thinking, wait, hold on, when did he move? No, I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah. Murphy over the wicket bowls, and squeezed out by De Carey's through a vacant backward point, and there's starting to be a lot of singles available in a lot of places where really, as the score's 111 for 2, by the way, at the end of that over, just getting the sense that Gloucestershire is sitting back a bit before really either of these two have actually taken Murphy on, and he had quite a decent control of the board without actually needing to change too much. But anyway, they have decided to change, and in that over there were 5 runs, I think, so 4 runs, pardon me. They didn't go for that single off short leg in the end, did they? But 4 runs, and there's going to be another change of bowling. We are going to see Mr. Ben Charlesworth.
Not Lewis Goldsworthy then.
No. Not sure he's actually involved for Somerset at the moment. He's played a bit more in the T20, I think, for them this year, and in fact bowled very well against Gloucestershire in the fixture at Bristol, but still not really getting into their championship side, though they're in a similar position to Gloucestershire, really, with quite a lot of fast bowlers out of contract and being rumoured to be going elsewhere.
Here he comes, right arm over, he bowls to De Carey, turns to the first of 2 mid-wickets, still a short extra cover as well for Charlesworth.
Yeah, I don't think any of those moves have been confirmed yet on Somerset's side, but there's certainly very strong rumours about
Ed Seaborn gossip column.
Could be.
Is this going to go on the BBC Sport main page every morning as well, alongside the football transfers?
Most people know these
already.
No, I mean
the Ed Seaborn gossip column. Here is a full ball from Charlesworth. It's driven up to mid-off by De Carey's. There's no run. What was the cry?
Certainly more agony than than anything else.
What was? Agony.
As I was thinking agony, aren't you? Thinking columnist as well, yeah.
Oh,
there's certainly plenty of agony where I'm involved.
I could see you as an agony aunt.
Right. Anytime you need any advice.
111 for 2. Full straight and turned through the 2 mid-wickets by De Carey's, and that will be 4 more to the lowest point of the ground here at Cheltenham College. He moves to 58. 115 for 2. Williamson 29 at the other end. 50 partnership on the board, of which De Carey's, with a couple of boundaries now, will be catching up Williamson. This is a good opportunity, isn't it, for a first-class entry. Cheltenham College, short boundaries, batting well, looking really good out there today. And Kane Williamson stood at the other end. You probably couldn't ask for a better setup, which means he's not going to get it now. Without any shadow of a doubt. As that Charlesworth's in bowls and De Carey's is right in behind this, pushing back and no run again. But
well, if he doesn't get it, he's certainly going to be thanking you for that, because
no,
you've basically said,
talk to me.
Great job with your 58, but unless you double it up, it's going to be a disappointment.
Well, he'll be itching for his first one now, won't he?
Yes, of course.
What did I say? It was his seventh first class 50. Bring it up again in front of me, but top score of 87 as is Charlesworth in, and De Carey's drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. Let's see, hit 140 and 76 unbeaten at Radlett against Kent second 11 a couple of weeks back. Hit 194 in the second 11 against Glamorgan at Radlett, his home ground Radlett as well, and hit 57 there against Essex second 11 in a T20 just before those two knocks. As here's a short ball which strikes De Carey's, falls away into the offside, backward of points. Didn't strike him on the helmet, so no need for the concussion sub, but it doesn't look like he's got a chest guard on, does it? But yeah, it's going to hit something fleshy, that, but he's not rubbing it at the moment.
No, seems to be okay. Yes, I was just having a look at some of the other Division 2
Oh yes,
scores.
I wanted to ask you about that. What are the best chances of Jason Swift going and buying us a coffee? Jason Swift walking past, the match ref for this one.
Murphy bowls and tapped away.
I actually don't want one, Swifty. Don't go and buy one. I actually don't want one.
He's going to buy you one now.
Just
anyway.
just
out of spite.
I know,
He'll buy you a
exactly.
coffee that you can't drink.
I just had to say something because he was walking past. What are the chances of Gloucestershire being promoted, and what needs to happen? Because as such, it's slightly out of both teams' hands, isn't it?
Murphy in now, and this is played back to the bowler. Yeah.
How do you view it? How have you all have sat at home overnight, scribbling away all the possible outcomes? Yes, you will.
No, I will not have done. No, a 29-point gap to make up, but the other problem is that you've got
much.
It's not, but there's only 4 rounds left, and you're not going to make that up in. You need 2 rounds to make that up. So that's defended by Williamson.
But Glamorgan and Lancashire,
Glamorgan and Lancashire play each other twice.
Indeed.
Yeah, which again makes it very tricky.
Well, one win each.
You've
just made that much against them and that much against them in each.
Yeah. So but that kind of shows what needs to happen, doesn't it? Murphy in, and that has been dropped. That's a huge miss at slip, and a chance for Murphy to get rid of Williamson, and Miles Hammond at first slip has shelled the catch, and that could be, never mind just as far as the day's concerned, possibly even the game is concerned, an enormous moment, as Murphy just, by the looks of things on the replay, just got one to drift a bit there. Bowling now, and Williamson plays that one with a flick down to long on for a single. Yeah, just looking back, it shaped in and then it just drifted away, forcing Williamson to play almost like an away swinger that just makes you follow it. Got the edge to first slip. It looked as if it was a fairly regulation height, and the catch went down. Murphy bowls, De Carey's forward defends into the offside. And so 1 run from the over, but that would have been 115 for 3, and would have been a really good time to have, well, there's never a bad time to break a partnership, but now with Williamson on 30.
He was clearly too busy thinking about the Ed Seaborn gossip column that slipped there, Hammond.
No, so it's essentially
drop.
going back to the requirement for the final 4
So Glamorgan
games.
at 145 points in second, then Derbyshire 128, then Lancashire 124, Middlesex 1, 2, 3. Gloucestershire are then 7 points further behind. There's a lot of teams to get above.
Yeah, and there's no way that they can really drop one to Middlesex either. I wouldn't have thought, because Middlesex
You'd
being
have to win
just
both
ahead
Middlesex
of them.
games,
Yeah, you've probably got to win both against
Well, you've
Middlesex.
got to win all 4, haven't you?
You've got
Is
to
the
win at
answer.
least 3 and then get a good draw in the other, I reckon, yeah.
I mean, even Middlesex, I think, will be looking at it, maybe win 3 and a good draw in the other, but realistically, you've got to win 4. Glamorgan 22 points ahead.
Still got to make a trip to Grace Road as well. Gloucestershire, that's the first fixture in September. Are you all right?
Just shinned myself on the table. Here's Charlesworth bowls to Williamson. There's no run.
Is that what it was? I thought you'd just done your ACL or something.
Is that what it was? I literally just saw a bit of
your ACL
a bit of
on
skin
the floor.
fly off.
Oh gosh.
Ouch.
Blood has been spilled.
Rusty old thing as well. Great.
What, your leg?
Well, that too. Here comes Charlesworth. He bowls, and this is driven to mid-off by Williamson. There's no run.
Yes, so
Thanks for your
I think
sympathy, Ed.
well, as long as I know that it was
Rusty.
self-inflicted. Yeah, I think there are some towels there that you could use. I couldn't attest to their cleanliness.
Here's a full ball from Charlesworth, pushed back into the onside by Williamson. There's no run. Have you been injured at work?
No, but anyway, what I was going to say was I think that the loss to Lancashire here, I think a draw would have kept things, well, actually pretty much alive. Lancashire would still have been behind Gloucestershire, and 8 more points would have taken them back ahead of Middlesex as well.
That's a lovely drive by Williamson up to mid-off. Charlesworth, no run.
So they would have been, what, 21 behind Glamorgan, with Glamorgan to play Lancashire, who were below them. But it's got to the point of the season now where those 8 points are enormous, and Gloucestershire had plenty of opportunities, as I said earlier, to draw that game. Really, you could look at each innings, each of the first 3 innings anyway, and I think they could have done slightly better.
This is turned through mid-wicket, quick single, just fine of the fielder. Williamson off Charlesworth, 1 ball left of Charlesworth's second over. Williamson on to 31, on 17 for 2.
I mean, in terms of the bonus points, it's an odd one really, because really it's still mostly bonus points that have kept Gloucestershire where they are. They've still only won 1 game. They've got the fewest wins of any side in the division.
Full straight onto the pads. Takaris looks to turn through square leg. He's gone LBW. Well, I have to say, that wasn't an attempted clip through a straight mid-wicket. That was an attempted clip through square leg. Did he miss another leg stump half volley at Cheltenham College, which was his first dismissal in first-class cricket? He's gone for 58, not to be today.
Well, it's not the easiest to see the impact point because the umpire's head is in the way, but
Front pad doesn't look that far across, does it?
Going where I think it is, I think he might be right to feel a little bit aggrieved there. But as I say, I will hold back on full criticism, because with the position of the umpire's head, he's a very tall man, is Neil Pratt, and he can't actually see the boot.
Neil, can you just duck down a little bit?
Yes, you're going to have to. Just go old-fashioned umpire style and crouch down a bit more. Crouch down right over the stumps. I can't tell anything from the reverse angle either. Anyway, he did look quite leg-side-ish, but anyway, the appeal was quite concerted. And to be honest, I got, body language again. You got the sense from the umpire that he probably was going to raise the finger before he raised it. It was almost like a little lean forward before the finger went up. And even though it's not Williamson who's added 2 to his score since he was put down, it does just allow Gloucestershire that chance to come together, having taken a wicket, and maybe just regroup a little bit as Neil Pratt tosses the ball perfectly to umpire Sue Redfern at the on striker's end. And it will be Murphy to continue to Williamson. And especially for Murphy, who there's no getting around it. He's been very short of wickets in the 3 games that he's played for Gloucestershire. To have got Williamson out as well early on in the game, what that would have done for him. Bowls now, and Williamson is fallen defending. Certainly haven't seen any extravagant turn yet, and it wouldn't be the first time that I've seen something relatively similar to this done to a pitch, and it hasn't actually done an enormous amount. You just never know. As
What's been
Williamson
done to it,
plays us back to the bowler.
What's been done to it?
I've no idea.
We just said something's been done to it. What's been done to it?
Well, the ends look different from the middle.
How did they do that then?
No idea.
I mean, I fully agree with what the pitch preparation for this.
Murphy in, and this is played along the ground by Williamson down to long on, and Leas Deploy will face his first ball, a left-hander.
It's a kookaburra round, and it was likely to be borderline nonsense, wasn't it? So,
well, I mean, we
well, I wrote in the bit for the BBC Sport website that they've left it green in the middle. They've made it as bare as possible on a length for the spinners, and they've given both sides, every chance of victory in a kookaburra round. So, good. It's great for the viewers. It's great for us.
Yeah, and we already discussed it when David Payne was on air. 20th over, when you've taken 2 wickets and you're down to 1 slip already, that tells you how hard it is to take wickets with this ball, with the attacks that you've got. You aren't suddenly going to be sprouting 95-mile-an-hour bowlers. Murphy bowls round the wicket to Deploy, who drives it out through the offside. There is a fielder in the deep in Van Buren, and Deploy, I don't think, will be running that first one quite so hard all of his innings, because we saw it through the last game as well. Admittedly, the pitch was actually even closer to us in that game, but basically you hit it up the hill, and if it's anywhere near the sweeper out there, it's a single. So Deploy underway straight away, 119 for 3. Murphy to Williamson back, forcing shot. Good hand from Murphy, moving across that bare patch to stop the ball and keep Williamson on strike. He's now asking Phillips from short leg to stand at a short straight mid-on rather than a silly mid-on. He's still got his helmet on, but he's right on the borderline actually of where he'd need one now. Last ball of the over, Murphy bowls and Williamson tickles this fine, and Taylor can't get there with a slide. Don't think the ball's got quite enough pace on it to go to the boundary, but this could well be a 3, which is certainly a rarer event here than in some places. And 3 is scored, so Williamson has the strike. He's on 35. Middlesex 122 for 3. 2 wickets to Matt Taylor, and the last wicket to fall to Ben Charlesworth, who does it again. Just continues to come on and take useful wickets. He's got 13 this season. Only Bailey, DeLange and Goodman have a better bowling average than Ben Charlesworth this season, and all of them have actually bowled far fewer overs than him. So stick a qualifier on it, and Ben Charlesworth tops the bowling averages.
So how are Middlesex going to get up this year then, Ed?
They're going to win some games.
Here comes Charlesworth, 1 for 5 from 2. He's in now, bowls, and this is eased back up the trap by Williamson. There's no run. Yeah, 22 points. Did you ever actually get around those games? Because I stopped you at that point and said, but first.
Did I ever get around what games?
You were going to go to the games elsewhere, but I stopped you.
Oh no, that's true, I was, yes.
To tell me what you thought needed to happen, because Lancashire are playing Glamorgan in the first of the 2 Glamorgan-Lancashire games.
Yes, Glamorgan 172 for 3 at Old Trafford. I haven't actually seen. Have you seen? Are they playing on the same pitch as the test pitch?
Oh, I don't know. Middlesex have still to go to Lancashire as well.
Ooh.
Here's Charlesworth to Williamson, driven up to mid-on, no run. Just a little clip really from the New Zealander.
Because last time they did that, this was one of the things which was mentioned a few times when Lancashire were here last week. Would they use the same pitch as the test pitch? And then if they did, would there actually still be a result, especially with the way that test match was going? But yeah, Glamorgan going pretty well there. Asa Tribe made 61.
Length ball, waiting on it. Williamson just turns off his legs down to long leg for a single.
Leicestershire 227 for 3. Rehan Ahmed is one shy of another 100.
Poor old Ken. Who have they got in their bowling attack for this one?
They do seem to have Wes Agar.
Oh yes, Agar, Stewart, Garrett,
Everson
Everson's
just
not
signed
bad.
an extension, yeah. Parkinson is a spinner.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible attack.
No. They had a loanee from the Essex second 11 when they played Middlesex at Lords.
Was that Jamal Richards?
Yes.
He bowled actually very well in a 50-over game at Bristol last season, Jamal Richards. Bit of pace about him. So yeah, 227 for 3. Rishi Patel made 85 as well. Might as well continue seeing as they're taking a while to set this field.
Here they come. They got a slip crouch down, a short extra cover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. As forward goes deployed, turning into the onside. No run.
Derbyshire 197 for 6 against Northamptonshire, so there's a bit of a recovery. Martin Anderson is 64, not out.
Anderson with 2 S's.
Anderson with 2 S's, yes. I leave that to Fletch to point that out, though. Chahal has 3 for 64 from 16 overs, so I wonder whether they might have made that turn a bit.
Charlesworth bowls, deployed drives, bump ball to extra cover.
So yeah, Derbyshire have started to tail off a little bit. It seems at the wrong time, and Glamorgan moving into that second spot there is squeezing the wound going to hell.
I'm trying to push the rusty bits out. Here's Charlesworth in bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-off.
You could wash it with some...
Deploy.
Sorry.
Dettol.
Wash it with some water from a well-known Scottish manufacturer.
It's yeah. I was going to say it's probably better letting the blood push away the rust as we speak. There's a right rusty bit on that table as well, isn't it? These aren't the best here at Cheltenham College, are they?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen anybody put their leg anywhere near it.
What do you mean? It's under the table. I've got bigger knees than you, that's the thing. Bigger legs. Look.
All right. Someone's been hitting the gym.
What, to make my leg longer?
You said you've got bigger legs. Right.
1, 2, 3 for 3. See, yours fit.
I thought you were just counting to 3 there. All right, I'm angry now. 1, 2, 3.
4, 3.
Yes.
Well, they don't want to be 1, 2, 3 for 5, do
No,
they?
they
Middlesex?
don't. It is the best score, though, unless it's your team. As Williamson faces Murphy and dabs this one defensively.
Well, it would be what I was going to come to. It would be a great score right now for Gloucestershire, wouldn't it? Because so far you'd feel it's been Middlesex's day, but at 1, 2, 3 for 3, had they have held Williamson?
Murphy bowls, Williamson drives, and actually hits it too well to mid-off to think about a single. I don't know, I find it very hard to get a read on things because...
I can tell.
Yeah. Thank you. On the first day against Lancashire, before that Green-Hartley partnership, this is played with a delicate slicing dab from Williamson to deep backward point. Charlesworth will fling the throw in off balance from the boundary and keep it down to 2, 125 for 3. I found it hard to really tell whether actually if Gloucestershire had bowled Lancashire out for about that 300 mark, as it looked as if they should have done, would that have been par? Would that have been actually below par to allow them to attack that score? And whilst again you look at the pitch and this is visually so different from that one, Murphy bowls flicked firmly by Williamson down to a deep mid-on, and he will take the one this time on 26 for 3. I haven't seen anything so far that really has been out of the ordinary from a Cheltenham pitch. It's just the fact that you think, well, maybe with those shaved ends it might break up. Deploy to face. Get 2 balls this over from Murphy. In fact, I'll only get the 1 because he's hit it through the legs of Phillips at short leg. 127 for 3. So I don't know, but Gloucestershire will know that they've got to keep picking up wickets, and they'll also know that they had Williamson on 29, and each run that he takes will be hurting them, even more so than just the fact that it's Kane Williamson out there and scoring runs. Higgins, Geddes, Cracknell, Holman, Hellman, Cornwell to come. Murphy bowls, Williamson waits for it and gently rolls the wrist on it to play it into the onside. No short leg for Williamson there, and 10 overs of 29 for Murphy so far, though it was his bowling that the dropped catch came from. Middlesex 127 for 3.
It's a lot of batting for Middlesex, isn't it? And that's, you know, that's the thing right now.
Yes, and Gloucestershire have had, you know, this previous round, that monstrous Green-Hartley partnership. It has been a bit of a theme for Gloucestershire that
How much was it?
211, I think it was, for the 9th wicket. I'll check that. I'll try to do that from my head. No, 212. All the difference.
Deploy awaits. Charlesworth is in, and this is driven away to cover by the left-handed Deploy. No run.
You think back to that. As it turned out, actually, Gloucestershire went on to win that particular game anyway, but Grant Stewart's extraordinary heroics at Bristol with that run a ball 180 odd.
Oh, Grant Stewart.
He just does it time and time again now.
Well, it all started against Middlesex. He's become the destroyer of everybody.
I feel like a lot of good stories start that way.
Charlesworth to Deploy, a solid forward defence, back up the track, and there's no run. Yeah, got his maiden ton against Middlesex in the pink ball match, having just run through them.
Right.
Yeah.
But this year it's just almost every innings he seems to be threatening to do it. He was putting Lancashire to all parts of Southport, was it, as well?
Speaking of pink, look at the trousers on that fella over there, walking around by the car park over the back of the pointy tent now.
Oh, gosh.
That's a very Cheltenham College pair of pink trousers, isn't it? It's his. Charlesworth to Deploy. This is turned back with a square on the leg side for a couple. Deploys onto 4. 129 for 3.
Yep, still plenty of
salmon
pink about. There's
salmon pink trousers.
One of those pink for Sid shirts I can see in the tent down to our right.
Was that a particular day or game, or is it just in general pink for Sid?
It was a particular game, yes, that they were worn by the players, and a few were on sale as well.
Charlesworth to Deploy, bowls, and forward goes the left-hander, pushing back up the track, no run.
The man we had on commentary ended up coming out in the last over with Gloucestershire having looked as though they'd made a mess of quite a short chase, and David Payne hit the last ball of the match.
I thought you meant you had him on commentary at the time.
No. When he needed 1 to win off the last ball and smashed it over the long on boundary for 6. And I interviewed and him and asked him, well, you only needed 1. Why did you bother hitting it all the way?
His length ball to Deploy from Charlesworth, push back, and there's no. What was his reply? I mean, if he'd have got out to that, everybody would have been lambasting him. But it's one of those, isn't it? It comes off. You're like, well, look at that.
Well, no, so I suppose it was because everybody was up.
Yeah,
basically all he needed to do was go over the top. Yeah, and as it turned out, he just went right over the top of everybody.
And he just kept going.
Yeah. Well, he said, actually, what he did say was that Josh Shaw, who I think was at the other end, had told him to play a strong shot. So my thinking was that everybody should just tell David Payne every ball to play a strong shot, and look what will happen.
Charlesworth bowls, Deploy opens the face to point, no run, just looking to ease a drive off the front foot. He was good, wasn't he, Payne? Did he come up a lot?
Yeah, a fair bit. I haven't had him on quite as much this season as previous seasons, but yeah, he's well, I think he's very good, and hopefully people enjoy listening to him as well.
Helicopter dips in over the back of the chapels. Where's the helipad in Cheltenham?
Ooh, don't know actually. I'm sure. Well, I say I'm sure. You'd imagine that somewhere, given that it's the hospital just over there, that they could land.
Oh yes, yeah. That definitely wasn't an
if
ambulance one. That was a private one, wasn't it?
Yeah, if necessary. I don't know.
Tarquin's on his way.
There is Staverton Airport.
Tarquin's on his way in for summer school.
Oh dear.
That was Bob Hunt. I had to get one back. So that was Bob Hunt at Merchant Taylor's School. We were at Merchant Taylor's School and the helicopter came in. Oh yes, it's Timmy being dropped off.
Bob.
Dear old Bob.
Yeah, so you sort of think about people in glass houses.
Yeah.
You know.
Merchant Taylor's School or Cheltenham College, Bob?
Yeah.
He did. He loved it at Merchant Taylor's School. He couldn't have been more. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, that was a. Is that a usual cheer for Akhtar? It was quite the cheer from the crowd.
Well, I think they were getting the big build-up from the PA system, so they decided to join in. It's going to be Akhtar. 4 overs for 22 in his first spell. There is a slip in for him, and he's bowling to Williamson. That's clipped out through mid-wicket. There might be 2 there, actually, even though it is the shorter boundary, and it is Hammond doing the fielding, but they can come back for that second run. 131 for 3, Williamson on 41. And right now 36th over, so tea, I gather, is 4 o'clock. That's what I think was eventually settled on. At lunch we didn't know exactly what time they were going to choose for tea, but I think now 40 minutes away from it. Akhtar bowling, and this is stroked off the back foot by Williamson. He's got the ball going down the hill. Ollie Price is in pursuit of it, but you just won't catch it. It's just timed too well and controlled from Williamson just into the gap. Played it late and just gave it enough again, as he does with all his shots, really, even when he's playing T20 and he's hitting the ball for 6. That shot that we were talking about earlier, that lofted straight drive that went way over the boundary, you just feel as though everything is made to measure. In terms of the power that he puts into a shot, there's just that sense of everything being controlled. 135 for 3, Akhtar bowls. Williamson will take another single. He's just using the pace of Akhtar at this point. 2-4-1. Picking off the runs. On to 46, 136 for 3. In the first division, Durham 148 for 9 against Surrey.
Oh.
As Dan Worrell has 4 for 31. He got 5 wickets in that game in 2021. Him and Matt Taylor between Gloucestershire and Middlesex here. Akhtar to deploy, and there's another run just gently turned through square leg. Essex 188 for 1 against Warwickshire, with Paul Walter on 86 and Tom Wesley on 56. Somerset have recovered extraordinarily at Trent Bridge. They were 0 for 2 after 3 overs and 25 for 3, but they're now 204 for 3, with James Rue having scored 100 and Tom Abel on 86. Hampshire underway at New Road, 96 without loss. Akhtar bowls. Again, he's just waited for that one. Williamson dabbed it away softly down to deep third for 1 run. So runs off every ball this over. Middlesex 138 for 3. Fletcher Middleton 56 not out, and Joe Weatherly 36 at New Road, and at Scarborough, Sussex, sorry, are 133 for 6. 3 wickets to Jack White. Akhtar over the wicket, Bowles to deploy, who it's almost as though he wanted to show Williamson that he could play equally as late and as gently to deflect the ball away for a single. So 139 for 3, and that was, I think, 10 runs from that over. As Middlesex are 139 for 3.
Yeah, they're going along at 4 and over. I guess what probably we need to remind ourselves is this is only the 36th, although it's 3:30. We were an hour and 15 minutes delayed in starting this morning. So as such, it's barely just after lunch, really, isn't it, in terms of the number of overs that we've had? 36. 48 still to go. Goodness me, we're going to be here till 7:30. It's going to be a late one today, unless they get through a lot of spin in the second half of the day. But they persist with seam as it is with the Kookaburras. In comes Charles with Bowles, and this is driven to mid-off by Williamson. No run. 139 for 3. Williamson 47, deploy 6.
Yeah, Graham van Buren might be our friend. I think he's a very friendly person anyway. But
we need all the friends we can get, Ed.
Exactly. But he does also get through his overs at the rate of about 1 every minute and 10 seconds.
139 for 5, as for 3, sorry, as in comes Chelsea Bowles. Is clipped away wide of mid-on. That's going to be 4. Got the chase. Van Buren there from mid-on. He turned and scampered for a moment, but it was always going to beat him. And deploys on to 10, Middlesex. 143 for 3. Is that right? Yes, they were 139 for 3. 143 for 3. 1 for 12 for Charlesworth now in his 5th over. Round the wicket comes Charlesworth to deploy now. 10 from 15, he can go very quickly. Deploying quite destructively as well, as this is turned through square leg for a single. Actually, you know, when you look at it out, the deploy's not having his best season, but deploying Williamson. It'd go well to find a better pairing in world cricket out in the middle, wouldn't you? And that's what they're up against at the moment. Average of just below 50 in first-class cricket for deploy. And Kane Williamson, well, he's Kane Williamson, so it's a pretty good pairing, and this is a key partnership in the early stages of the match, you fancy. You see the brilliance of Ryan Higgins still to come as well. An average of an all-rounder, which, well, any all-rounder in the world would chew your arm off to have. Keeper standing up now for Williamson, as Charlesworth is in and Williamson defends part way forward. Eases it happily back to the bowler, and there's no run.
He hasn't tended to bowl many spells, Charlesworth, longer than about 5 overs, so maybe that this is the last one of it, but it's certainly been a move that, as on previous occasions, has worked out well for Bancroft, and at least breaking that De Carey's Williamson partnership.
Have the first glimpses of blue just arrived above us at Cheltenham College today. The sun is out as Charlesworth is in and bowls, and that's a lovely shot straight down the ground. Glorious from Williamson, and that's his 50. 51 from 68 balls. It's his 7th 4, 92 minutes. And that's a really, really fine knock from the New Zealander, who on top of De Carey's 50 at the top, now giving Middlesex a very solid foundation here. 148 for 3. 37th over.
Yeah, it's a great way to bring it up. And, well, what's his strike rate? 75. Barely seemed to have lifted the bat in anger.
He eases it with a deft touch there down to the vacant deep third. Now it's uphill all the way, so it'll lose its legs, and they will have to turn for 3 as Williamson's on to 54, and as if by magic, just as you said it, a little guide of the bat. Delicate offering from Williamson, and that's Middlesex's 150 up as well.
Remember back in the past at some point when Kane Williamson was batting for New Zealand. Jeremy Coney described Kane Williamson as being an anaesthetiser of the ball. I think it was a shot like that he sort of had in mind. He does sort of, you know, he puts it to sleep down there when he just plays it as delicately as that and waits for it to come to him right until the last possible moment. I mean, at some point, it's almost been the only way that you feel you can get him out is to bowl maybe just over the top of off, and just occasionally he can play it so gently that it goes into the stumps. But he's probably going to have scored a good chunk of runs before he does that, and some days he just won't.
That's his 66th first-class 50, and the bad news, Gloucestershire fans, is he has a good conversion rate, 44 centuries.
Actor bowls and Williamson knocks this one away. Might get 4 for this, and he does, between square leg and long leg. And again, it's just a gentle little clip, and it goes right between two fielders with enough pace to beat both of them. Give them enough of a chase as well, just to tire them out a bit more. And another boundary. So 155 for 3. Actor, who did take 4 for, as I said, in the first innings of that Lancashire game the other week, and bowled really at times with hostility, and had particularly George Balderson ducking and diving about. But he's gone for 36 here into his 6th over, and he just started his 6th over. Actor bowls and Williamson drives handsomely through extra cover for 4 more. That might be the best of the lot, but there's plenty to pick from. 159 for 3. Just a little over pitched from Actor, and he's just leant into it. And the ball has sped away to the boundary. So now it's 40 conceded in 5.2 overs, and with Gloucestershire with this attack, as was shown last week when DeLange went down so early on, when you've only got 3 frontline seamers plus Charlesworth, you can't afford for there to be much scope for error, as there's a short ball, which I think Actor maybe is a little bit fortunate to get away with that not being a wide, as Williamson ducked it, but it bounced well over his head through to Bracey.
Mentioned Josh de Carey's getting 3 50s in a row in 3 first-class innings. Williamson in his 1 innings for Middlesex so far at Merchant Taylor School last week against Northamptonshire, 114. He also got 63 in the last T20 that Middlesex played.
Actor goes in, bowls, and Williamson plays us into the ground, and now they've put Bancroft in a gully position to try and stop that using of the pace that Williamson continues to do, and that time it was effective. You almost feel the same when Sussex had Pujara in full swing. It's basically, you feel as if you've done quite well if you limit him to about 70 or 80. You know, you basically mark him down for those runs. That's going to be the average, isn't it? Let's be honest. If you're averaging 50 in Test cricket, Actor bowls let go by Williamson. If that's your average in Test cricket.
Well, Kane Williamson averages 55 in Test cricket. He averages 51 in first-class cricket.
So you're obviously going to...
Slacker.
Well, I suppose most of that is because he's barely played any first-class cricket around his Test career. Yeah. So those are first-class games, are probably from early on in his career. But you know, there are plenty of players who've done that over the years and averaged higher in international cricket. Actor bowls a short ball, and Williamson rocks onto the back foot, gets on top of it, hits it straight into the floor, and is happy enough with a single to Hammond at deep square. 160 for 3 at the end of another expensive over.
Just think back to a couple of the wonderful hooks and pulls we saw this morning from Josh de Carey's. They were so powerful, weren't they? Dismissive. And
straight down as well, you know, never even a semblance of a chance.
Yeah, really.
High to low.
It was impressive stuff. It's a bit like our careers, Ed. Started high and ever downhill since. Leicester Ploy, mentioning the averages. His average has slipped in first-class cricket to 47. Slipped. Yeah, he's not had the best of seasons, but 105 unbeaten in his last innings at Northamptonshire. He also got 68 in the Blast at Canterbury and 54 against Gloucestershire at Merchant Taylor School in the Blast, as well as a 56 against Leicestershire at Grace Road and a 66 against Northamptonshire. He's just started to pick up a little of late. It's only going to be a matter of time. One came out of the middle sweetly and everything was going nicely again for Deploy. Plenty of chatter. Here's Graham Van Buren from the College lawn end. He's left arm around and he bowls to the right-handed Williamson, who eases a drive through cover point. Shaw's on the cover boundary, sweeping up, and it's just a single. Rasps the throw back into the gloves. We had a lovely view of that, didn't we? The line, the bounce.
Well, you might have done. I was staring down at my laptop.
What did you find? What were you staring at?
I was just trying to find how many wickets Van Buren had this season. 19 wickets, 39.5 the average, but of late it's been a lot better than that.
161 for 3, Middlesex. Van Buren's left arm over to Deploy, who rocks back, opens the face and tries to dab it back with a point. Well, he does, but not with enough contact. A slip.
Probably by the end of this game, Van Buren would have bowled more overs than anybody this season for Gloucestershire.
And again now, bowls and a plunging forward defence from Deploy right over the top of that. He pushes it back up the track.
He always was going to bowl a lot more because Gloucestershire didn't sign a spinner to replace Zafar Gohart.
What happened to him?
I don't know, where is he?
I wish he was here. Here's Van Buren in bowls. Down the track comes Deploy. Just eases the single. That was lovely, wasn't it? Just a little shuffle and then just an offering of the bat to push the single to mid-on. 163. No, 162 for 3. Yes, best wishes to Zafar if he is listening. He's got his shoulder. Seeing his shoulder specialist this week. This would be one of the games Middlesex really would have wanted him for. Old Trafford to come as well. Lancashire match. As Van Buren bowls, this is eased into the onside. It was the most innocuous of tumbles at point as well, as he just tried to stop a single in that match, which Middlesex won comfortably by an innings and a lot. But, working hard in the field. Van Buren around the wicket once more. Forward goes Williamson, pushing back. No run. 162 for 3. His bowling arm as well it was that he awkwardly fell on.
Yeah, well, he's certainly, in terms of his positive presence around the place, Zafar Gohart, and his enthusiasm in the field and willingness to bowl an awful lot of overs at various times when his side were under the pump a little bit in the field. I'm sorry, I was trying to keep that train of thought going.
I didn't hear a word
as
you
said. There was an announcement about dogs on the field
and
or
ice
something
cream.
like that. Yes, but anyway, yes, he's missed about the place as Zafar. I don't think that Van Buren, who will turn 35 in just under a month now, if you'd have told him that he was going to be bowling the most overs of anybody this season for Gloucestershire before the start of the season, not quite sure what his response would have been. Actor continues and Deploy deflects this one to square leg, and that's another frustrating single for Gloucestershire to concede, as Deploy continues to just, even if it's not a case of runs coming in a flood, they're coming in a steady trickle. This is on to 13. And this partnership continues to do what actually hasn't always been done in these Kookaburra games. You tend to see, at least the ones again that I've seen, for the first 20-25 overs you can score at 4s easily enough, but then there tends to be a period of deceleration. But these two are continuing, in fact, to accelerate. There is a short leg here for Williamson, and now 2-3 fielders back deep on the leg side. Middleton, who is on the field as a sub, just in front of square. And then Ollie Price at long leg, a few steps in off the boundary, and then a fine leg as well. Actor bowls, there's a short ball, and Williamson controls that down to Price at long leg. And the way that he played it was almost as though he was trying to demonstrate in slow motion, as though he were coaching somebody how to play that shot. Like he did it in an almost exaggerated fashion, as if to make the point to Gloucestershire to say, you really think that I'm going to get out that way? 164 for 3. Deploy waits a short mid-wicket for him as Actor bowls down the leg side, and Bracey tidies up behind the stumps. And it's funny because this partnership hasn't been together for that long, but at 164 for 3, it's already feeling a little bit like Gloucestershire need to break this partnership pretty quickly, rather than just a case of wanting to try and keep some control of this innings. Actor running in off the College square, bowls now, and Deploy knocks this one off his hip through backward square down towards one of the hospitality marquees. A single is taken, 165 for 3. A few more people have come in throughout the day, but it's certainly not as big a crowd as we've had for the first game. I'm sure a few more. Apologies to Middlesex supporters, because I'm sure there'll be a few who've come for Williamson, but I think Jimmy Anderson did put quite a few extra people on the gate. But it's not a bad draw to have Anderson and Williamson visiting the Cheltenham Festival in the 2 games. Actor bowls, there's another short ball, there's a shout of catch, but it's going to be 2 bounces down to fine leg. And actually I don't think Josh Shaw really saw that, but it was in the air for quite a long time, having had the demonstration of keeping the ball down the previous time. Not actually that far off Gloucestershire there. Williamson rehearsing the shot repeatedly.
They've gone to the bumper theory already. 40th over of the innings. There we go.
Well,
we've had it all already from the Kookaburra.
There've been a few
Kookaburra bingo.
Yes. Been a few times when Gloucestershire have actually said that they felt they've probably not gone to this quickly enough. Actor in, and that's tickled down to fine leg, and I think Bracey may have got a little fingertip on that. They're coming back for a second run, which they will make, to Taylor at fine leg, but I think Bracey may have just saved a couple there, as it was a fine glance, and well, there's the 50 partnership. It hasn't been together for that long, but it's 51 in 54 balls. And end of the over, Middlesex I think are 168 for 3 once that board comes back.
Yeah, rattled along, haven't they? Run rate up to 4.2, its highest of the innings so far, I would suggest. The early loss of Robson. Holden steadying things with DeCary's. DeCary's a fine 50. Williamson 66, and now Deploy 16. So 40 overs into the innings, 44 remain today. Tea is fixed at 4 due to the delayed start. 168 for 3 it is, as Williamson 66 and Deploy 16. It's Williamson on strikes Van Buren, or it will be when something was run out to him. He's fixed it all now. Nathan Fernandez is the sub fielder, who's just run off. I assume they made the decision on Toby Rowland-Jones. I haven't seen him all day, so I reckon maybe he was released overnight then, after they saw the pitch today and decided 2 spinners rest Toby. And Fernandez was perhaps called up overnight as the 12th. As around the wicket comes Van Buren. It's driven powerfully back at him by Williamson. No run. Henry Brooks, who was also in the squad, 13. He and Rowland-Jones missing out. Brooks has been doing laps. He was up here a minute ago looking for a ticket for someone. Don Shelley down the bottom on the scorer's duty, looks after the tickets. Here's a full delivery, which Williamson pushes away to cover. No run, 168 for 3.
reminds me, actually, speaking of releasing players, Gloucestershire's second 11 were due to be in action today down the road at Rockhampton, but the entire day's been called off. They had a toss, but no play.
So full ball driven away through the covers powerfully as well by Williamson. He's on to 70. Sweeper out there, no chance catching that up. There was much a top hand drive. That was a real clubbing effort through the covers. 1-7-2 for 3. What's that about releasing?
Well,
whatever happened to Roderick? Was he released?
No, he wasn't. But it was basically the first thing that sort of went through your mind.
Van Buren's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's driven over the bowler's head. And how far's that gone?
Sixer into the sight screen.
Me! He's just chipped that. What a shot. Glorious timing by Williamson. He's on 76, 178 for 3. Wow.
It was maybe not quite as good as the one that I talked about, not remembering 100% that it was off David Payne when he was on commentary, but it was a similar sort of shot. It hit, I think, about a third of the way up that sight screen there.
By whom?
By Williamson.
This ball's cut late by Williamson, and this could be 4 more. And if Williamson continues to do this to the spinners, then it could be a long day in the dirt for the seamers here at Cheltenham College on day 1.
It's just unleashing the full repertoire here, is.
Well, he's on 80
Williamson.
off 85.
Yeah.
182 for 3. This over is dot ball 464.
And Van Buren is the one that they've often gone to, especially when they've not had a specialist spinner, as was the case for the first part of the season. Van Buren's the one that they've gone to really try and control the board as well. So hit him out of the attack, and Gloucestershire have got real problems.
What was that? Big 15 minutes here, mate. 15 minutes to tea. Van Buren's around the wicket, bowls. Williamson's down the track and he goes over his head again. That one's surely going to go all the way. He's given that more. Not much, but just a little bit. And unless it was a mishit, then that was comfortably going to be 6, having judged the one previously. So 20 brought up off the last 4 deliveries. And Williamson has raced to 86 from 86 deliveries. Middlesex are 188 for 3. After 41 overs.
Well, it's a good job this pitch was obviously going to turn square, because that's what everybody told me when I turned up here this morning. Yeah, it was. I think he realised he had to put a bit more into that one just because of where he was. It probably didn't go quite as far. I think that one hit the base of the advertising boards, but again, it's just made to measure, isn't it? Just everything about his batting is so measured, even though he's on 86 from 86. You could baseball your way to that sort of score, but he's not.
Yeah, he's just stroked it around, hasn't he? It's an extraordinary innings.
Actor will have another over as he's bowling round the wicket to Deploy, who's in line and defending. And a couple of interesting names actually noticing in that Gloucestershire second 11 who were due to take on Sussex's seconds. Joseph Eklund, who's a keeper batter who has, I think, played for Hampshire in the one-day cup. Yep, 10 list A appearances. I'm just sort of looking through this now. Johnny Bushnell, who's played for Durham, all-rounder. Actor bowls, and this is tucked to deep backward square by Deploy. It's on to 17, 189 for 3. And you've got Ed Middleton, who is in the 12, but it may be that he's going to go, was always going to go down tomorrow, having been in the first team squad for this one. And then, I'm sorry, but I'm still going to have to keep calling him this, DJ Ahmed, who is going to play for Gloucestershire in the one-day cup, or at least is available to play, having signed a contract for that competition. Actor round the wicket to Williamson, who pulls it, keeps it down this time, down to fine leg, where Shaw is up to do the fielding. 190 for 3. Tommy Borman due to captain that second 11 side.
I still haven't got my Roderick answer from you. What happened to him?
He went to Worcestershire. He moved.
He moved.
There was no releasing involved.
There was no releasing of Roderick involved.
No, but every time he went out to bat, it did sort of feel, Short leg will stay in play for deploy. Actor over the wicket bowls and it flicked into the onside, one-handed pick up and juggled by Bancroft. He'd certainly have loosed the throw if he had picked it up cleanly, but just juggled it right at the point that he wanted to throw. 191 for 3, Murphy loosening up. I'm sorry, but it does bear mentioning again. Williamson was on 29 when Murphy caught the outside edge of Williamson, but I'm afraid that was all that was caught. Actor runs in round the wicket, bowls to Williamson, another short ball, and this time he motioned as if to have a go at it, but then just allowed it to go over his right shoulder. And bouncer for the over signalled.
Even in leaving the bouncer and just swaying with it, it was all done in slow motion with consummate ease by Williamson.
10 minutes left until tea. Williamson tapping his bat on the floor. Actor bowls another short ball which sails harmlessly by, and the end of the over. So we're halfway through in terms of the number of overs due to be bowled today. We will be able to make up, I think, all of the overs that we've lost today over the next 2. So we haven't actually lost any time from the match so far.
That's right, so we lost an hour and a half today, didn't we? So this morning, of which we'll make up half an hour this evening, half an hour tomorrow, and half an hour on day 3. Very good, Ed.
Even in terms of time, I was just thinking in terms of overs, but...
And when the extra half hour is taken on the 3rd day as well, then...
Yeah. Right.
I didn't say by who.
No.
But it's a good start by Middlesex. 191
but you
for 3.
implied it. Rehan Ahmed did get to his 100, by the way. I think that, looking at the stats, assuming they've updated, is his 5th 100 of the championship season.
Even with the Kookaburra last week at...
From the College Lawn End, number 3, Todd Murphy.
Todd Murphy's back from the College Lawn End. Even with the Kookaburra last week at Northwood, it would have been a 3-day finish, but 4. As forward goes. Deploy pushing back up the track, there's no run. Time lost, injury to Zafar Gohar. And what else happened? Those 2. Yeah, I fancy it would have been a 3-dayer. Middlesex going big in their first innings to 600. As Murphy's in again, and Deploy, opens up to tickle to the leg side. The ball squirts off a thick edge all along the floor to point. Just a slip in place. Deep gully. Backward point appears quite tight from where we're sat. Cover at a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and a long leg, and this is swept in the air towards... Oh, he's not a deep square, actually. It's I saw the head of a player down there, but now I lean forward, I can see he's not in whites. It's just the cap of a squad player.
Yeah, Singdale down below us.
Oh, it is Singdale. I can just see the back of his head from our position on the balcony. So they have, yeah, well, there we go. That did look slightly remiss that they didn't have a deep square. They've now brought long leg to deep square.
There's also the fact that nobody moved as well. It made me think, oh, well, there's obviously just somebody right there. Nope.
Nope. Sweetly struck boundary for Deploy then, so he stands up tall and pushes this back up the track. 22 for Deploy now, 195 for 3. What score did these two come together on? Because bearing in mind Williamson took 20 off 4 deliveries a couple of overs back. That was long past the 50 partnership as well. As here's Murphy, forward goes Deploy, pushing back again.
117.
117. 78, the partnership. For the fourth wicket as here's Murphy. Last ball of the over. Deploy stands up tall, strokes that one back down to mid-on, and there is no run. It's clouded over again here at Cheltenham College as the over draws to an end. 195 for 3. Williamson 87 will have strike. Deploy has 22. And yes, as much as we are hoping that all those overs will be made up, of course, light may also play a part, as well as any potential rain, but there are a few glimpses of blue still at the moment. The hills in the distance are about as clear as they've been today. The rolling hills, what are they called up there, do you know?
Well, that's Cleve Hill.
Yeah.
I think that's just the whole
thing is
caboodle.
Cleve Hill. Have you ever been to the top of Cleve Hill? A romantic day.
No, I don't
think
I have
picnic
actually.
At the top of Cleve Hill.
Yeah. Well, if this ends on,
you're going to take me for a romantic
evening,
date,
then we could do that, I suppose. As you forecast, seeing as there's not going to be a fourth day.
Winner buys the picnic.
In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll just go up there on the fourth day because you've told me that there isn't going to be one. Yeah. So might as well.
Are you in Cheltenham for this,
well,
or are you travelling each day, commuting each day?
I'd rather not everybody knew my movements.
I was asking about where you're staying tonight, Ed.
Here comes Van Buren. Change of ends, and Williamson drives him down to long off for a single. Williamson's on to 88, 96 for 3. 79 from 73, this partnership.
Did I get that one past you? Oh, there's a bit of dirt in the outfield as well.
His clean-up mission again is
Who is it? Williamson,
yeah.
It was a rather large, was it feather or something? Rather large white something or other. There's a few of them actually.
Van Buren bowls, edged by Deploy, and it flashes wide of the slip and down towards the boundary, and it will get there. There's basically no space between the rope and the advertising board down there, so I don't think Matt Taylor particularly fancied a head-first dive that was unlikely to be successful anyway. And the 200 comes up. It wasn't a controlled shot from Deploy, but it still brings 4. Let's see, would a second slip have got it? Well, it struggled. It would have been dipping anyway. 200 for 3. Buren to Deploy, who just moves back into his crease and blocks this one to the left-hand side of Van Buren. Just having another look at that replay there. Yeah, actually probably would have carried to a second slip, but unlikely to have one with the angles as Deploy comes walking down the pitch, really. It wasn't a skip, it was a stroll down the pitch to play in the end, just basically defensively to the bowler. Van Buren just looking to rattle through one as quickly as possible here to make sure of another one, but there's definitely going to be another one anyway, as that's pushed to extra cover. I don't think they're going to get through 2 more. Middlesex, I suspect, will see to it that they don't, as deploys forward to defend into the onside. Not that these two, I don't think, are particularly bothered about whether it's before or after tea that they face the bowling. But anyway, 2 minutes to go, so to get this over in, and then for the umpires to walk back into position. 200 for 3.
No food, drink, or
ice cream, yeah.
Does that mean a lollipop?
A condiment?
Does that mean a lollipop's all right? Well, you said no food, drink, or ice cream. I got a lollipop. Does he get a free ice cream if he mentions it 5 times a day from the ice cream van? Is that what it is?
Could be it.
There's a floated ball to start the over from Murphy, driven to mid-off by Williamson for a single. What do they call it? Sub-advertising? What do they call it?
Subliminal.
Yeah. That's what he's up to, isn't it? We found you out in the end. Oh, the sunshine's found the top of the Cleve Hill. Is that right? Here's a length ball turned backward, a square on the leg side by Deploy for a single. What are you chuckling at? It's lovely. Look at it. All the sunshine up there. It's worthy of note. It's the one bit of sunshine anywhere in our line of sight, which is quite considerable. We should put a pin on the top of that mountain in our phone and see hill, and see how far away it is up there. How many miles do you reckon it is to the top of the mountain there? As is hill, even. Is Murphy in bowls, and this is eased into the offside. 202 for 3.
Oh gosh,
What do you reckon?
tea?
It can't be far off being a mountain, can it? How much more do you reckon? The size of it. It's a big old hill, isn't it?
I don't know, there is a limit, isn't there?
Yes. It is length ball turns mid-wicket by...
And then you make an intensely irritating film starring Hugh Grant about it.
He's on good form at the moment, Hugh Grant, isn't he? Did you see him falling asleep in the Royal Box at Wimbledon? Did you miss that?
I think I did, actually.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Here's a single turn through square leg. Williamson moves to 90, 203 for 3. It led to, and I can't use the exact words, but it led to one of those gifs or memes or whatever that I want to be in the Hugh Grant I don't give a damn anymore stage of life. As he nodded off in the Royal Box. Deploy on strike as forward goes the left-hander, turning Murphy through square leg, just fine at the mid-wicket price. I thought he might get around to make that an uncomfortable single, but not so. Yeah, it's a fair old size up there. Middlesex play. Is that tea? That's tea. I was just about to tell you a story about hills and mountains. We'll save it till after.
What a shame.
204 for 3. Deploys 28. Williamson is 90. They are 13 runs shy of a century stand for the 4th wicket. And it's been a pretty good day for Middlesex so far, but a very good day for Kane Williamson, 90 from 94, Ed.
Yes, and he's moved to that score at a runner ball with really every shot that you associate with Kane Williamson, and he's included them already. It's quite scary, really, to think from a Gloucestershire point of view where this could go in the evening session if they don't get him out. They had their chance when he was on 29, and as he did, I think, in the T20 as well at Merchant Taylor School when they put Williamson down, he went on to make them pay there, and you got every sense that when that catch did go down that he was going to make him pay, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's on 90, is on 28, and Middlesex in a very good position to hammer home their advantage and scoring at 4.5 and over. They've got plenty of time remaining in the game, and as we've said, they can make up all the overs that they've lost today over the next 2. And Gloucestershire are in need of quick wickets after the tea break, but they're going to have to do it with a Kookaburra ball which is in its 46th over. So far, not a great deal of sign that the preparation of the pitch has produced anything different from what we would expect normally. And I think that's going to be time for tea because Kevin Hand's just come back on. Welcome back to the Cheltenham Festival for the final session. It'll be a fairly extended one with 39 overs to be bowled on this opening day of this Division 2 clash between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. It has certainly been Middlesex's day so far, thanks to particularly Kane Williamson, who is 90 not out from 94 deliveries. He's been joined by Lewis Deploy, who's on 28, but these two have already put on 87 runs in only 84 balls. And the quicker that they can score, the better as far as time remaining in the game. And Gloucestershire will have this sense, really, that things are starting to run away from them if they can't strike early after tea. And it'll be Matt Taylor to bowl a first over after tea. He's got 2 of the 3 wickets that have fallen, but those came a fair length of time ago. Robson for 4 and Holden for 14. Both good pieces of bowling from Matt Taylor. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32, and Ben Charlesworth has the other wicket, trapping to Carey's LBW for 58. And here comes Taylor to Deploy. He's struck on the pad, but going down the leg side. And I think even from square leg, that was a... Well, actually, no, we're not square leg, are we? We're more like deep cover for Deploy, but it's a pretty straightforward decision for Sue Redfern, Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand. I don't know why I said my own name so strangely. Anyway, it's Kevin Hand alongside me on the BBC Sport website and the app, and using your smart speaker BBC Sounds as Taylor bowls and Deploy plays defensively on the back foot into the offside. And Kevin, after Middlesex won the toss and chose to bat, this is probably about where they'd have hoped to be. Oh yes, yeah, 45 overs. We're effectively midway through the afternoon session, aren't we? 38.4 overs remaining of the day. We've just gone the midway point of the afternoon session, so 200 for 3. There's still a lot of overs to go. If Middlesex dominate this session tonight, it's going to be a long way back for Gloucestershire. 2 short mid-wickets, Taylor bowls, Deploy drives and pierces the gap between point and cover. Actor will chase it back to the boundary, and there'll be 2 runs. A slightly odd visual of fielders actually being able to keep up with the ball towards the pavilion. It's maybe partly because of the slight, and it is probably slight, softening of the outfield with the rain that we've had, but also the pitch just being a little bit further away from us here in the pavilion. It's basically been just get the ball through the infield, and it's 4 here for the rest of the festival. 206 for 3. Deploy has 30. 30 from 42 tells you just how quickly Williamson's batted of late. Taylor bowls 2, Deploy defends back to the bowler. I mean, you know, again, this position for Middlesex, if these two could get themselves in now for this 38, 39 over session as it'll be, light permitting tonight. There's a bit of rain forming up actually where some of that blue sky was coming in from earlier over the back of the chapels. But we're effectively watching a test partnership at the moment, aren't we, in terms of their averages. Taylor leaps in, bowls, Deploys square drives, and that'll be 4. There's nobody out on the offside boundary. Phillips, it was rather a dive for show rather than anything else. He was nowhere near the ball at point, and that's 4 more runs. Wasn't that short, wasn't that wide, but Deploy puts it away with consummate ease. 210 for 3. They've got a strike now, haven't they, Gloucestershire? Yep. You can always see it in the field. They need a breakthrough, and ideally the pair of these, because Deploy looks as though he's playing himself back into that form. Or back into, I say form, he's playing himself back in, playing himself out of a bad patch of form. Taylor in, Deploy drive straight. Taylor gets a hand on it, helps to slow it down, and then one of those awkward dives from Shaw in the middle of the square there, but he stops the ball. And that's the end of the over at 210 for 3. Yeah, you feel that this the usual thing about adding 2 wickets to the score, but if Gloucestershire don't add 2 wickets to the score quickly, and even 1 wicket, you know, you get another 50 partnership and then another 50, and it just continues to build up that way. But unless Gloucestershire do add 2 wickets to the score quickly, then this can start to be one-way traffic.
Prodding away at the surface there. Williamson headed the new over from Murphy, done for 37 from his 12. Williamson pretty quickly knocked Van Buren out of the attack, didn't he? And I was asking you about the spin options. So Murphy it will be, with Williamson on 90 from 94. He was on 87 from 87 at one point. Where number 87 is back, as somebody pointed out to us. .6 now is the current run rate as Murphy's around the wicket from the College lawn. End a cry of catches. That's powered through the covers in front of extra cover. There are hands on heads suggesting Price was very close to getting fingertips to that through the covers, but never particularly felt that that was going to be. I mean, it would be one of those moments for the gram, wouldn't it? You know, if the social medias were in line with that one, had have picked up that shot off the bat, and that was taken just off the floor, which is pretty much where it passed him at extra cover. So as much as the hands were on head, I think Williamson knew mostly full well what he was doing. He's on 94. He's checking out the square leg boundary, which is very short, it must be added, as the off spinners around the wicket bowls to him. Williamson rocks back and cuts in front of the slip fielder. Deep point heads around. They've taken 2, and Williamson's on to 96. Deep square, short fine leg, 2 mid wickets, long on, mid off, cover, deep point is Shaw just down below us, and that slip as just mentioned for Williamson. Here's Murphy, 96 from 96. Williamson, Middlesex 216 for 3, and Murphy steps in, he bowls. Williamson defends back up the track. He went through that 4-6, 4-6, didn't he, against Van Buren. He's just gone 4-2 dot against Murphy. The way that he eyed up that square leg boundary a few moments ago, and he's having a glance at it again now, just suggested to me that that might be, if Murphy goes a little too straight, that might be where he goes for it. Murphy in, bowls, and Williamson plunges forward and defends into the onside. The first of the 2 mid wicket steps in to collect. Century on a tricky surface at Northwood last week. One of 3 centurions for Middlesex as they powered to 600. Well, they're 216 for 3 here with Williamson in his second Middlesex innings on 96. As Murphy's in, he bowls. Williamson backs away, he punches hard into the covers. It'll just be a single as Shaw goes around to collect. And that is the 100-run partnership. Off just 95 balls, of which Williamson has 66, Deploy has 34. It's been 64 minutes. And Middlesex, my oh my, they are cashing in on winning the toss this morning. A pitch which everybody's expecting to become more bowler friendly as the match goes on. So, as we've said, Gloucestershire do need this breakthrough, and pretty quickly. Either or, really, because they're both so destructive as Murphy bowls and Deploy leaves alone outside the off stump. That is the end of the 13th Murphy over. None for 44. Williamson 97. Will have strike. Deploys 34. 217 for 3 as we're about to hit 4:30 here at Cheltenham College. Live on the BBC Sport website and at BBC's Radio Bristol, Radio London,
And Radio Gloucestershire.
and Radio Gloucestershire.
Is the 4:30 mark especially significant, or not?
No, but it's just a nice 4:30. It's a
Nice time of day, is it?
The day's moving to the final chapter, isn't it?
Is it? Oh.
Kind of. It's
Early
4:30.
nights, earlier nights than I thought from you, Kevin.
Kind of gets 4:30 and it's dinner time, isn't it? You know, dinner's not far away. And you think, well, what do I do with the evening? That's it. 4:30. Day's done. Not if you're a cricket fan. We've still got 2 hours of cricket to go. More than 2 hours.
Yeah.
We've got a 7 o'clocker coming up. It's Williamson on strike on 97. And it is Taylor who will be left arm around the wicket to him. And Williamson defends. 2 short mid wickets and a mid on. Shortish extra cover in there. That's Hammond, isn't it? mid-off. Deep point. How would you describe that slip? As a gully? It's too fine to be a gully. Fly slip?
Yeah,
wide slip?
Probably still just go with gully just for the sake of argument.
He's got to be a little bit. I mean, he's almost a third slip, isn't he?
Yeah.
Taylor, down the hill he comes. Bowls, and Williamson turns back on a square on the leg side. They look for the second. It's just a single, and Williamson's on to 98. 218 for 3. We're going batter by batter rather than end by end now, aren't we? Williamson.
We could just take Williamson for the rest of the day.
Well,
we could do
that's
it
very kind of you.
Unconventionally.
Yeah, can I just have Williamson, please? No, I wouldn't say that, because Leas is at the other end. He's brilliant, Leas Deploy. He's well, he'll be looking to get his first-class average back up at 50.
All in one
alongside
innings.
Williamson.
He worked out how many runs he'd need to score to do that.
That's a good point.
Go on.
I don't think even at Cheltenham College, with these boundaries, he'll be able to do it in this match.
Bancroft's coming out of that area altogether now. Short extra cover. Short extra 2 short mid-wickets. And no slip of any variety. Taylor over the wicket bowls, low pull from Deploy will bring him a single out to the leg side boundary. You can always tell Ben Charlesworth's throw, even if it's quite a long way away to see, especially camouflaged against that white marquee, exactly who it is. A sidearm throw that Charlesworth has. 219 for 3. Back to you.
Back to Kane. He's on 98. Here's Taylor, left arm around. He bowls, and Williamson's forward, pushing patiently back up the track. 98 from 102 now. His strike rate slipped to 96, Ed.
I'm sure that'll really bother him.
96.1.
He had a century at better than a runner ball going, and he's not going to get there.
That's a good point. We'd have had to been scrambling there, wouldn't we, for the last time? He scored a runnable century.
He'll score a 4 and then a bit better than a runner ball. In terms of the score that he's...
No,
of course
it'd be injury. But even
6,
still, that,
sorry.
Yeah, here's Taylor. His 10th over. He's around the wicket. He bowls. Williamson's up on his toes. Strokes a single to deep cover. Moves to 99. Yeah, we'd have had to scramble for the last runnable first-class century and the last runnable first-class century for Williamson. And the last runnable first-class century for Middlesex.
Well, it wouldn't be a Kookaburra round if there weren't batting records tumbling all over the place. Not to take that away from
I think you need...
Yeah,
not to take it away from these guys here, because... You know, 220 for 3, so they've gone out there and done it. The 3 before, well, partly Carey's did, but otherwise they haven't. Taylor's in, bowls, and this ball's punched off the back foot by Deploy. Sorry, that should have been yours. It's to cover, and there's no run. The feeling is there's a bit out there in this. Bounce will be interesting as the game goes on. That green nature to the middle, and then the spinners. How will they go? So if Middlesex are able to cash in on the first day, will there be a deterioration in the pitch? Which is obviously the hope of the visitors. 220 for 3 having won the toss, Middlesex.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how possibly if bowlers can just hit that spot in between the 2 different cut areas, the more shaved parts and the more live grass parts. Maybe later on those behave differently. At this point, there's not seemingly an enormous amount of turn, but that might well change.
Here's Murphy round the wicket, and there's the century. Kane Williamson steers a single out to deep square, 100 off 104 deliveries, 12 fours, and a brilliant century for Kane Williamson. Back-to-back centuries in his first 2 first-class innings for Middlesex. And while he helped lead the way to an emphatic victory last week, he could be doing the same thing here at Cheltenham College. Off comes the helmet, a raise of the bat to the dressing room and around the grounds. And 104 deliveries for his century. It's been an incredible knock, and it feels like he's only just getting started.
Deploy then to face Murphy, who's in and bowling, and that's very wide and let go. Yes, that's,
I mean, by the number,
that's exactly, that last bit is exactly where I was going.
Yeah, by the number of deliveries, a lot of batters right now are on 30 or 40 at the start of their innings against a new ball. Now, again, it is a Kookaburra round, but
yeah. Murphy bowls, Deploy thrashes a cut shot through the offside out to Charles. They've been kept busy in this over. 1 run.
Even Deploy, 36 from 50, is good going. He's going at 72. Again, most batters, 50 you're on the boards. You know, you're just nudging through your early 20s at this point, aren't you? And there's Williamson, 100 from 104. It's all happened in a flash, and for Gloucestershire, ominously, there's still 35.5 overs to go today. They need a bit of inspiration from somewhere, a little bit of magic, or sometimes just keep doing the right things and a little bit of luck, maybe.
Yeah, and also, if they get another opportunity, then they've got to hold on to it. And well, they will have this second new ball just available late on in the evening, but as Murphy bowls, that's deflected around the corner. They're going through for a quick enough single, but well taken to Taylor. Backwards square, 223 for 3, but yeah, you almost feel really that having a new ball for that shorter period at the end of the day, unless they've already taken more wickets, then you're almost better off holding on to it for the next day. Murphy in, pushed by Deploy to extra cover. There's no run. There is this slightly ominous looking dark cloud away to our left. I think the way that the weather is coming from today, that is heading in our direction. Murphy bowls and Deploy drives to deep cover for 1 more run. 224 for 3 at the end of that over. But as quickly as Middlesex have batted, I mean, obviously have to work hard over the remaining 3 days if we were to lose time today, but because of the rate that they've scored at, it's not as much of a catastrophic thing to lose a period of time to this game as it might have been. They'll still, you know, if they still fancy their chances of getting a first innings score, that even if they think, well, we better get on with this, that they've still got enough runs to then bowl at.
Well, if Middlesex are 300 by stumps today, taking overs out of it, yeah, actually look at that and go, oh, it was a good first day. Now, they might be 300 on the board with, again, at 4.5. Then it's only going to take them another, come on, do the maths.
17,
15,
18 overs
yeah,
or something,
15, 17 overs or so. So you could still be looking at 18 overs left over tonight, and there's still 300 on the board. Here's Taylor, bowls to Deploy, turns to the onside. That was Kane Williamson's 66th first-class century. Let's go with 44 first-class 50s. And high score, 284 unbeaten.
How many does he have overall in his professional career?
How many centuries overall? Oh, now you tested me. 175 centuries. Here's a length ball pushed back to the first of the 2 mid-wickets in the zone. You're asking how many in all formats?
How many? Yeah, how many hundreds
in all formats
does he have in all formats? Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry, I'm looking at it the wrong way around, aren't I?
So I was thinking, he's a good, he's a fantastic player. He's played for a
Sorry,
long time,
but
175 first-class hundreds is some going.
No, total hundreds. I thought you were asking total, but even still, I was looking in the wrong column. That is his. I'll tell you in just a moment. Here comes Taylor, left arm over. Did I get my figures the wrong way around there? As forward goes Deploy, pushing back, and there's no run. Right, let's start again.
Right.
That is his 45th. Yes, that's right. He moved to 66 first-class 50s, didn't he, when he took that 50, but he's now at 45 first-class hundreds.
I was going to say, I mean, I'd be getting on for Jack Hobbs.
That was right. He went to, I was getting that 66 run, wasn't I? He went to his 66th first-class 50 when he reached it. But he's now 45 first-class hundreds. There's Taylor bowls and an open-face drive from Deploy Square of the wicket for 4. Lovely shot. He's into the 40s. Middlesex are 2-2-8 for 3. Total number of centuries for him now in all formats. He's got 1 in T20, 19 in List A, and now 45 in first class cricket. So 65 hundreds in total. Not bad.
No, that's quite good.
33 of those centuries are in Test cricket, which is bonkers. Of his first class matches, 175, 105 of those were in Tests. Taylor's in, bowls, deploy. Oh, he's up on his toes, defending that. The ball plays down into the ground and bounces over the stumps. He was quickly turning around the left-hander to ensure that that one didn't trickle away somewhere.
Did you imagine how many more he would have had as well if New Zealand
played more
played
first
more?
class?
You know, it's the number of times where they've had 2 Test series or 3 Test series, when others have had 5 tests or 4 tests.
Yeah, although I was as much thinking the domestics, there wouldn't be that many domestic games in New Zealand. Because again, he's played 105 tests compared to 175 first class. In total, as forward goes deployed, turning to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, sorry, I totaled up on his centuries there, his 50s column, didn't I? I was wondering why you're looking at me odd. It's been a long day on the balcony.
There's many reasons why that could happen.
First day of any given championship day is a long day, isn't it? Especially when it's 20 to 5 and there's still 34 overs to bowl.
Umpires are having
and
a
we're
bit of a discussion.
A damp, cold balcony with a cut from a rusty table on your knee.
Damp and cold.
It's damp. You're not cold. You got a jumper on and jeans.
I'm not cold at all. I could
take your jumper off.
Okay. I thought you'd never ask.
Are you always like this, or is it only when I turn up?
I think it is only when you turn up. Yeah.
But
unfortunately, well,
Kevin James' boss said he's only ever like this when he's with you. He's kind of poke and prod JMO, and you get there in the end.
Here comes Murphy. Bowling. It's more information than I needed. As this is played away to backward square leg, and there's no run.
He's at their reins off at the moment, aren't they?
What a terrible image. Yes,
Middlesex legends, JMO.
Yes.
It's probably just the tides coming at Worcester.
Murphy bowls, and Williamson works this one to the onside. No run.
How far along the motorway is Worcester from here? Not far, is it?
No, not far.
So if it's raining there, does that mean it's on the way here, or is it being?
No, I think that's another. I think that is the cloud that we can see as this is played to short, fine leg this time by Williamson. Just tickled it round the corner, but not for a run. I think that's the next lot of rain that we can see over behind yonder hills. However, there is an even more ominous looking cloud which appears to be heading directly for us.
Slowly creeping
there's
over the back of the chapel.
Wind to blow it through either, is there? Murphy over the wicket, bowls. Williamson just dabs this one wide of slip. There will probably just be the 2 runs here. Yep, sure. Running round from deep backward point, sends it up.
What happened?
Sent in a 1-bounce throw right off the edge of the square. I thought it was going to bounce twice, but because it hit the edge of the square, it pinged across flat on the first bounce and did get to Bracey. That was, it was a pretty ugly bounce. 230 for 3. Murphy in, quicker delivery, and Williamson just props forward. Appears to have about 3 hours to defend that one. Way into the onside.
So if it is a 3-dayer here, which is a long shot, it's a long way off. Can't get carried away with ourselves. But we could go and see Bradders and JMO on day 4, couldn't we?
Murphy bowls and defended softly by Williamson back to the bowler, and 230 for 3 the score at the end of the over. Yeah.
Lunch at New Road in the ladies' pavilion for tea.
Yeah, Gloucestershire got a trip there for The One-Day Cup.
Oh, that's starting soon, isn't it? Where have Middlesex got to go? Let's have a look.
Not that, of course, I'll be going in a
You can go
official capacity, but
Oh, will you go anyway for the free lunch?
would I get a free lunch? I don't know.
If you're there to do the post-match interview. Have I just dropped you in it? Have I
Right,
just
no,
given the
no.
game away?
No. Just
So Middlesex
contemplating.
have Somerset at Radlett next Wednesday in the One-Day Cup. Then the Sussex Sharks at Lords. Are they also the Sharks in the One-Day Cup, or just the
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, Sussex Sharks.
Good old Adrian Harms. Oh, he won't be there though, will he? I'd say
Playing in their fuchsia pink.
I'd say email him anyway. He likes an email, doesn't he? Here's Taylor in bowls, and this is down the leg side. Taken by keeper, no run. Deploy trying to help it on its way. Then it's a trip to Durham, which I won't be making. Then a trip to Warwickshire. Rugby, indeed.
Rugby school.
Which
Okay.
I won't be making. Can you see that from there, can you?
I can actually, yeah. You obviously don't have a privacy screen.
Well, I don't need one. As for those with a guilty conscience, I'd suggest, Ed.
I haven't got one either, but anyway.
Taylor's in, bowls, and this is pushed back to silly mid-on, and there's no run. Then it's Yorkshire at Radlett, Kent at Radlett, and then trips to the Northamptonshire Steelbacks and Old Trafford to finish. And that's August. And then comes the September fair of Derbyshire at Lords, Lancashire at Old Trafford. Oh, that's a big one. And then Gloucestershire at Lords, final
Guy
round.
Swindles.
Here's Taylor bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside, 2:30 for 3. I think Guy's away that week, and I'm booking his replacement, so I'd be careful, Ed. It'd be very nice to me for the next few days.
He told me he was going to be there.
No, he's made a late booking. And Kev, can you find somebody? Oh, no, I'll have a think about who I'd like to put with Ed Seaborn for those 4 days.
Let me down, Guy. If you're listening. I feel personally let down.
No, he's not really on holiday. I'm only winding you up. Here's Taylor. 2:30 for 3. Bowls, and this is pushed back by Deploy, no run.
Did think it was more than a 50-50 chance that you were winding me up, but why not? Yep, I know it's a fine finale to the season, I'm sure.
Surrey are 31 for 3.
Wow, that's
At that
doing
Chesterley
something.
Street, yeah.
How many were
Potts, Rain and Rain, Burns, Sibley and Sam Curran, respectively.
How many were Durham bowled out for?
Here's a length ball, just a little full of, and turned just wide of mid-on for a single on the drive by Deploy, slightly over pitch, it's on to 42. Durham are 153. I did think, when dear Dan Whiting was saying, oh, Durham are having a tough day of it, well, the other lot haven't batted yet, so how do you know? Sorry, 31 for 3. Sussex 162 for 9 at Yorkshire. White with 3 of the wickets to go. Still off at New Road, 127 without loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, it does seem as though that run chase from Warwickshire has condemned Worcestershire, assuming that there is going to be any relegation.
Taylor around the wicket, he bowls, and that's driven out to the cover boundary by Williamson. Just a single, he's on to 104. They've slowed him right down, he's only 104 from 112 now.
Could be a great season to finish bottom of Division 1, assuming this 12-6 business goes ahead.
Yes, but isn't the rumbling now that it's not going to?
Well, I
That it's
don't know.
more likely to stick with what we've got?
Here we go.
14
Umpire's
games a
having another
season. Oh,
discussion.
light.
I think they may also be thinking if we went off now for light, then we could get the covers on, and then they could be on before this filthy cloud hits.
You can't bring the covers on because it might rain.
No, you can't. But you could also just go off for bad light first.
Oh, come on now. You got 2 batters going 104 and 42, going at strike rates of 92 and 66. Umps, come on now.
I think there's going to need to be a decision made one way or the other
We're
fairly
going
soon,
on.
and we're going to continue.
Thank goodness. Come on now, this would have been ridiculous. Oh no, we're not.
No, we are going off. Right, so this is going to be the reading now that is set for the rest of the match. So off a bad light now, and I think that's going to rather decrease our chances later on, even if this rain somehow doesn't hit, which it looks as if it's going to. And so at 2-3-2 for 3, the players are going to leave the field. The umpires have deemed that the light is not good enough to continue. Middlesex will resume on 232 for 3. And what's not being said over the PA is that we'll be back when there's any more cricket. Kevin Hand and I.
Go.
See you then.